shortest format, biggest thrill.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano bukela amanina edlala iqakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywood Bets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywood Bets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Ozanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpar.
Oh, it's out of here. Oh, just like that. What's this? It's a shamble.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honor, number one. I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our environment, making sure that our culture is really good. So again, looking forward to another successful season, and hopefully the boys can start the campaign off really well. How do we carry the momentum? It's a very difficult question to answer, considering we've got quite a lot of movement this year. So I think the best thing is there is some continuity in terms of a lot of our, a majority of our players are still sort of the same faces that we've seen. So getting the likes of Mitchell, Connor, Josh, those are sort of the leadership guys to sort of carry the momentum that we had from last season, and try and get us off to a good start come this Thursday. check. Testing 1 2 1 2. Mr. Mana, keeping me. Wrong, yeah?
Out, Jonesy!
Eastvaal, Renault, West. The situation sets with the lines 4 minutes down, and the lead between 2 runs, which is at 1 and 7. The 2 batters who he wants to run.
White, yep.
Good morning and welcome to day 3 of this 4-day CSA 4-day challenge fixture between the DP World Lions and the Eastvaal Renault Northwest Dragons. It's a beautiful day and the sun is shining, and also we are most definitely set up for an enticing encounter. We've had 2 wonderful days of cricket. A lot has happened, and well, both teams have been bowled out in their first innings, and the Lions at the moment 39 for 4 in their second innings. They lost, well, I would say definitely 4 wickets too many last night. They were 4 wickets more than they would have liked, but this partnership is now worth 22 runs. And Richard Seletswane and Connor Easthuizen, oh no, it isn't, it's worth 1 run. I think Connor Easthuizen just came in. According to the scoreboard, it's worth 1.
Lights, the stage is set.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. With me is Gordon Templeton, and we're going to take you through the morning's play, and probably for the rest of the day we'll please join us whenever you can in between your work shifts and sessions, and if you're studying the matrics you have started, good luck to you, and in between your study breaks please do join us. On strike is Richard Seletswane. I must say he was looking good yesterday. Really was impressed with just his organization and the way he was leaving balls, stayed nice and tight. But he's got a job on his hands this morning, and so does Connor Easthuizen, who batted beautifully in the first innings. Gilly Klute is starting this morning, and gently just pushed into the covers. Good morning, Gordon. How are you doing?
Very well, thanks, Hussein. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, quite an eventful 2 days, 12 wickets falling in each of the days. And yeah, as you rightfully said, we're in for a match of note. The DP World Lions currently 39 for 4. Looking to set up a competitive target for the Eastvaal Renault Dragons to chase. I'd actually asked Aslam yesterday, this is a clash of the top two.
It is, correct. They are the top two at the moment. The DP World Lions are sitting on 60 points. The Dragons are sitting on 57 points. So it's really tight at the top of the table. And then Dolphins, 51 points. Then Warriors in 4th place at 44. So those are the 4 top teams at the moment. And of course, up the road, at Centurion, the Titans are playing the Warriors. Onke Nyaku. I must say I was very impressed with him and the way he bowled, both in the first innings as well as last night. He picked up 2 of the 4 wickets last night. But what really impressed me about him is the fact that his control, and also the fact that he was able to swing the ball both ways. So good shape away from the right-handers. Also has the ability to bring it back. And he was hitting good areas. And every time there was something in the wicket, it looks like he is the type of bowler who has the ability to exploit that. There we go. Beautiful delivery. Although it's called a no ball by the umpire, but that's a beautiful delivery.
Indeed, just looking at the replay now, he does have the ability to move the ball both ways. And after day one, there were quite a few indentations in the pitch, and the green mamba look of the Wanderers is definitely gone now. Single played to the onside. Corne Easthuizen in rich vein of form this season thus far, and scoring that magnificent century not out in the first innings. Taking a walk down to Seletane. Occupation of the crease would be the key. See off these 2 bowlers for about the first hour. And then wait for the loose ball. But the Dragons have a very attacking field there with 4 slips. And only 3 fielders on the onside.
The Lions currently lead by 24, so it's not a massive lead, and already 4 down, so it's important that they get a good start this morning. I think this first hour is going to be absolutely critical for both teams. If Lions can see through the first hour to lunch with minimal damage, I reckon then they can get some sort of decent lead. We did see enough in the pitch yesterday, even though it was day 2, you thought it will speed up and maybe flatten out, but you spoke about the indentations. There were quite a few of those indentations created on the first morning when the pitch was slightly soft. So as those get harder and firmer, they leave those little divots. And so what happens is every time the ball pitches on them, you may get one that takes off, you may get one that keeps low. We saw Mitch van Buren get one that just kept low and shot through. And those type of things can happen. So as a batter, you're never quite in. There's always something in there for the bowler. So Lions, I'm just wondering what they would be thinking in the change room with regards to some sort of minimum score, maybe 250. They reckon they can get 250 ahead, which is going to leave them still a bit of work. But having seen the Lions in the last season or 2, particularly their middle and lower middle order, the batters still to come. Delano Potgieter, Bjorn Fortuin, Swanepoel, and then of course Sipamle and Plaatje. But that lower middle order, they've got a lot of hundreds between them, I'll tell you that much. Between Easthuizen, Potgieter, Fortuin, Swanepoel. There's a lot of runs there, and big partnerships too. Overbowled, 41 for 4.
Indeed, as we also saw yesterday, that looks like the lower order, or the middle to lower order, are the players to be banking on both sides. As we saw the Forrester yesterday scoring a magnificent half century, occupied the crease for quite some time, and then made sure that he capitalised towards the end, ably assisted by the low order batsmen as well. Looks like there's a change of bowler. Ruan de Swart coming on from the golf course end.
Yeah, not surprising because Achille Klute just had the one ball. They went off for light yesterday. There's the match summary, 239. The Lions scored in their first innings. It was Connor Easthuizen that 100 not out. It was certainly a fantastic innings. And Delano Potgieter 77.
Back live, de Swart pitching at slightly short, and Easthuizen just playing it off his hip comfortably. It is a beautiful day, Hussein. Yesterday was equally as beautiful compared to day one. That was somewhat overcast. The weather has cleared up magnificently over the last two days, which should make for a good day of cricket again today.
Nice, good areas. And Ruan de Swart was, well, I would say probably the pick of the bowlers in the first innings. He bowled really well. He was challenging the outside edge all the time, exactly like that. I mean, yesterday he bowled, even last night he bowled a little spell there to Josh Richardson. Was asking questions of every single ball. The first innings, that first morning, between himself and Motoa, they really challenged the Lions batters on that first morning. Picked up a few wickets early in the morning, and they would like to see something similar today. Gets nice and close to the stumps, which is similar to Sean Pollock, who really got close to the stumps. A little bit of Sean Pollock, maybe Glenn McGrath. They would come in and then come really tight into the stumps, wicket to wicket. Vernon Philander, another one, tight wicket to wicket, really bold. So any little deviation of the pitch, they're asking a few questions. Also, LBWs are very much in play when you bowl wicket to wicket like that. You don't need the ball to do much, just enough. And you're asking serious questions. Have a look at there. He comes and then really tight into the stumps.
Yeah, beautiful. Good to see. Also, give you a better opportunity to be forcing the batsman to play and force the errors, especially if you hitting all those good areas.
Yeah, some bowlers, you know, I think there's a difference of, I won't say difference of opinion, but I think preference perhaps is a better word. Comes again. There we go. Good areas, always top of off stump, post stump, just challenging, asking questions. There is a difference of opinion around that. I think some bowlers, and I've had some conversations with Rory Kleinveld, who is, you know, now coaching at Western Province and was bowling coach at Stellenbosch for a while, and of course former Protea, and he feels he's very much in favour of bowling mid-crease. So he feels that if you come too close to the stumps, and he kind of prefers bowling a little wider, mid-crease. I'll explain why. Lovely drive, beautiful, exquisite, slightly over-pitched, and he just leaned into that one, did Easthuizen, and pierced the gap beautifully, just wide of mid-off, 4 more runs.
And that boundary also bringing up the end of the over, in the 19th over. And the Lions lead gradually picking up.
And that's really the name of the game at the moment. But coming back to that discussion is that he preferred bowling mid-crease, which means a little wide of the stumps. Exactly there where Nyaku's bowling. Another lovely little punch down the ground. So Letswani in total control, full blade of the bat, and he's going to get 4 for this. It's a teaser, but that ball trickles over the boundary rope. Nice and straight, full blade of the bat presented. So suddenly, 2 boundaries in 2 deliveries.
So you're saying bowling mid-crease,
and then,
away from the wicket?
Yeah, and his view was that when you bowl mid-crease, a little bit wide of the stumps, you challenge both edges. When you bowl too close to the stumps, he feels that you're more challenging the outside edge. Suppose when you bowl mid-crease, because of the angle coming in, you can beat the inside edge as well as the outside edge if you swing it away. So, yeah, it's a matter of preference. And you see in Jaco, there's two different, both bowlers at the moment who are bowling in tandem are different in that sense. And Jaco's bowling mid-crease, a little wider, and then of course the Swart bowling very close to the stump, almost wicket to wicket. And that creates a challenge for batters because, you know, as bowlers bowl different, batters have to line up slightly differently when you're facing the bowler. So those little things batters should be considering. And sometimes those little things can make all the difference.
Beautifully you defended there by Seletwane.
That was also the 50 up for the Lions with that drive by Seletwane, straight drive for 4. So one box ticked, I suppose you could say. And sometimes when you want to bat for long periods of time, it's really about ticking the small boxes. So tick that 50 box, then maybe get through to the drinks break. Then maybe individually they will have their little goals and targets, whether it's 10 runs, 20 runs, whether it's batting for a 50 partnership or what have you. So what's happened is there's been a field change now. You can see the third slips come out into a short mid-wicket. Square leg's gone back to a deep square leg. So there's 2 men on the hook now. There's a fine leg which is kind of quite square, and then there's a deep square leg under the scoreboard. So it looks like they probably just want to get into the youngster's head now and just get him perhaps to think that there's a short ball that could be coming. Interesting little passage of play. Let's see what happens.
It's also the shorter end of the field now that we're playing on the third track.
Ooh, he's left this one. And you can see now he's caught in 2 minds because Seletwane had shaped up to leave this one. And it wasn't as short as he probably anticipated. But you have to say that that little short ball tactic of having the man back on the hook is probably now playing on his mind. And let's have a look here. Not too short, but he's shaped up to leave this one. And that's an unusual way to play that delivery. Up till now, he's been pretty composed. But suddenly, put a man back on the hook. And now he's got something else to think about. Another no ball.
I think not offering a shot there, he probably thought that the ball would be going down leg. Yeah, but he did shape up to leave the ball. And cleverly, Nyaku made the ball dart in or straighter onto the wicket. I'm sure the umpire was also contemplating, maybe a bit high.
Let's run down to third man, and it's going to be a chase. Won't go all the way. He'll get a couple. It will. So that's one. Which will take him on to 12. That's all they really need to do now, the Lions. And when I say that's all they need to do, I make it sound easy because it's an easy game from where we're sitting. But it's going to be hard work for them. But really, it's about keeping it simple. It's about leaving balls outside off stump, playing only what you have to, looking after your stumps, keeping it really simple, almost forcing batters to get fuller, forcing batters to come straighter into the pads.
Indeed, in this first hour,
another no ball.
This first hour, as you did indicate, would be key. And the more they leave the ball, they'll definitely force the bowlers to start attacking the wickets again, and that would make it easier for them to make contact. Looks like Nyaku's having problems with his front foot there.
He is indeed.
Overstepping.
So that's the second no ball this over, and I think he bowled one in the previous over. It's his third now this morning. Yeah, and you know, that can be unsettling for a bowler when you overstep, and suddenly now instead of thinking about where you're landing the ball, you start thinking about where you're landing your foot, and so suddenly the focus is off actually getting wickets, and you'll just need to try and settle in really quickly. Over bowl 55 for 4, and bowlers have to find a way to deal with these type of things, because that will happen. Sometimes you're bowling on a little bit of a down slope, up slope, sometimes a little bit of a slope as you approach the stumps when you're running in. It's a little bit of a small uphill there. There's little factors that could, in the end up where you're bowling a no ball, and how do you adjust? You get back to the end of your mark or the beginning of your mark and maybe go one step back, or how does one approach that? Bowlers will have different ways of trying to problem solve.
Interestingly now, Johannesburg coming into bowl, and the wicket keeper Herman has come up to the wicket.
Yeah, it's good. I think this is an excellent. I really think it's an excellent. I was, thinking about it in that first innings. Why didn't somebody do this earlier? And of course, it depends a lot on the keeper, whether the keeper has the skill to stand up to a medium pace or a quick bowler. Because what Eastvaal was doing for his entire innings, in the first innings, he scored 100 not out. Almost every ball, he was advancing down the pitch with his front foot, walking at the bowler, and almost getting into the bowler's channel, getting into his space, and forcing the bowler to try and do something. So that's been his tactic. He's done that really well. It's been successful for him, and I really felt that the Dragons needed to do something different, and this is good because this forces him to stay in his crease. And now he'll have to rethink how he plays. It may upset his concentration and his rhythm and the way he's been going about his business, Connor Eastvaal, and suddenly he's got something to think about. And I like that. I think, with cricket, you've got to always be thinking, you're always going to be a step ahead, it's a game of chess out there. And how do you get into the batter's space? What Connor Eastvaal has been doing up to now, he's been getting into the bowler space, he's been walking at the bowler, getting into his channel, advancing down the pitch, asking questions. Now suddenly, they've asked him a question. They were like, okay, what are you going to do now?
And he is very defensive at the moment, thinking as that ball slipped through to the wicketkeeper and ably taken by Herman.
So there's two interesting small mini battles going on here, little tactics that the Dragons have employed. There we go. You can see now suddenly he's stuck in the crease. He's played at one that normally, had the keeper been back, he was looking so comfortable and so confident. He used to leave those balls, and suddenly there's one that beat on the outside edge because he's stuck in his crease. He can't move. There again, another one hitting the bat high up, outside half of the bat. So interesting little small mini battles going on. Previous over, Seletswana, they pushed the square leg back. He was looking comfortable up till then, and suddenly he ended up shouldering arms to a straight ball. Fortunately, he got away with that one, and now with Connor Eastvaal, and they're asking him another question. So I like what's going on here. It shows that the Dragons are thinking a little bit out of the box. They're prepared to get into the head of the Lions batters. They're not just allowing them to settle and hoping that they make a mistake.
One of my under-13 coaches had indicated to me at the end of this over, 21 overs bowled. Lions currently 55 for the loss of 4. At the crease, Seletsani and Eastvaal. One of my under-13 coaches, I recall, had said we can all play cricket, but at a certain stage it becomes a mind game. And this is exactly what the Dragons are currently doing, playing mind games now. Nyake had the fielder drop to the boundary at deep square, and then didn't pitch the ball short at all, indicating to the batsman that he may possibly drop it short.
Lovely shot, beautiful. He's got this one full, and again Seletswana has been very strong down the ground, and that's a lovely little straight drive. He's played a couple of these this morning. And he's looked totally in control.
Yeah, that was more a defensive shot, as it were, not an expansive drive per se. But yeah, his placement of the shot guaranteed him a boundary. And then the additional mind game, Deswat and Herman playing on Easthuizen's mind, standing up to him as the wicketkeeper. There's that short ball from Nyaku.
And it's his fourth no ball too. So I don't know, I haven't seen him at the top of his run up adjust anything, and that surprises me. He's kind of just turning and going back and bowling again. Let's have a look now. I mean, obvious thing to do is just extend your run up a little bit, like get a half a meter back, even if you have to land your foot. Like doesn't look like he's adjusting anything there. He's just kind of hoping it sorts itself out there. That's a good ball. That's a good ball. It's come back into the batter, and he dropped his hands, and that looks like it struck him on the arm or the body somewhere, but that's a nice area to be landing balls in. I think what Nyaku wants to be careful about here is, with the man back, he doesn't want to get into a situation where he starts to bowl two lengths, where he bowls either too short or too full, because previous delivery was full punch down the ground, and with the man back, he could be tempted to bowl that short delivery as well. That's the length, and I think if he can settle into these last two deliveries are really good. So if he can settle into that in-between length where he's asking questions as opposed to getting too full or too short, I think he'll be better off, because there is something in the pitch, and we've seen these last two deliveries, both of them, something has happened off the pitch. Have a look at this takeoff. There we go. Oh, and that's the keeper scored that head height, so the ball's really taken off. Good leave as well, one has to say. That's very well played.
Telekane also standing about a foot or so outside his crease, trying to negate the late swing or so from the bowler. And as you did indicate, that hitting those indentations, the ball could either rise, and that previous ball certainly did that as a keeper, took it well above his waist.
Absolutely. There's definitely some variable bounce. I mean, if you think about this ball that took off now and the keeper caught it head height, and you think about Mitch van Buren's dismissal yesterday, there's a total contrast there of one ball that shoots through, keeps low, and another one that takes off. So yeah, these batters have got to be really tight. It's not easy, it's hard work. It's almost like you just got to keep waiting, and when the bowler gets it wrong, pounce. Wait, keep waiting. It's a patience game at the moment. Lions still not out of the woods. The lead is now 43.
Nyaku has brought in that deep square back to the mid-wicket position, and instead has flooded the offside with a extra cover on the offside. At the end of the 22nd over, 60 for 4 are the Lions. So that no ball and the lack of adjustment to his run up, or neither you or I have picked up that he's made any sort of adjustment. He's probably just working on his rhythm still.
He's probably working on his rhythm, yeah. I mean, look, he bowled at one no ball now, but it's his 4th of the morning, so one hopes that he's found a way just to work it out, and maybe he's done what he's needed to do without us obviously having an obvious view to it. He's experienced enough, he's Nyaku, and he really has been impressive. The swat. The keeper up, that's nice and full and beautifully driven by Easthuizen. Majestic. Really has been severe on anything full.
Pierced the field magnificently, yes. And short end of the field. Ball just raced off to the boundary. Let's have a look at it again here. Get in line. Foot to the pitch of the ball.
The Swat won't be happy, and I don't think any bowler is to concede a boundary, particularly of the first ball of the over. It just sets the over up, and you're suddenly on the back foot for the rest of the over. So probably just searching a little that first ball.
And that's patience that you were referring to. Wait for the bad ball, whether it's the first or the last ball, and then capitalize on that.
Correct. And also patience required both sides, from the bowlers as well. Bowlers need to be patient. And sometimes there is that tendency when there is a bit of movement and something in the pitch, bowlers tend to want to do too much and try and get a wicket of every delivery, when really you just need to keep landing balls in good areas and something will happen.
Both batsmen doing quite a bit of gardening this morning. Very well aware of those indentations and the invariable bounce. The heavy roller was out though this morning, so it didn't make much of a difference for them.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with the heavy roller, to be honest. I mean, if there aren't too many cracks and there's a few indentations with a little bit of moisture this morning in the underground, and they generally ease up on the high veld. The pitches, there's a little bit of under surface moisture. If they can roll it really flat and hopefully remove some of those indentations, it may just allow the Lions to get a decent total here in the second innings and get 250 ahead or something like that, and give themselves something to bowl at. Ooh, that one sneaked its way through the slip cord, and Eastvaal has played this with soft hands. It's gone down. I don't think it's a catch that carried to the slips, although Herman's got his hands up on his head there. He's thinking perhaps it may have been a chance. We don't know. Let's see whether it carried or not, but I think it's gone down. It's just found its way between first and second slip. 4 more runs to Eastvaal.
I think it dropped short of both first and second slip.
Oh, he's bowled him. No, is it LBW?
And the umpire...
He's bowled, yes, he's bowled him. He's absolutely bowled him with a beauty. I initially thought he's appealing because Eastvaal stood there in disbelief. And I thought it's an appeal, but they kept celebrating, and he's clean bowled him. It's a beautiful delivery. I mean, we're looking from this distance quite high. Couldn't see the bails come off. But have a look at this delivery. I mean, he's got it spot on. Oh, what? No, it's an LBW. It is an LBW. Pardon me. My eyesight's failing me, but that's a beautiful in-swinging Yorker. Absolute jaffa of a delivery. Eastvaal stood there in total disbelief because he was caught off guard, and there was just that little passage of play, wasn't there? We spoke about the keeper coming up, and suddenly Eastvaal stuck in his crease, a little unsettled, and I really believe this wicket was as a result of that move for the keeper to come up. It's a brilliant move, and a smart little bit of cricket here from the Dragons. They manufactured that wicket out of absolutely nothing, because Eastvaal, as we saw in the first innings, his 100 not out was absolutely sublime. He was looking in total control. Even this morning, looking in wonderful control until the keeper came up. So that's a brilliant bit of cricket.
Indeed, it is. Also, having another look at that particular delivery, it was Yorker. It came down very quickly, and I think that is what did corner essays in there. It didn't pitch much, but hit him straight on the bat. On the foot.
Yeah, he did plumb in front. Also, I mean, the other thing to consider is that he's standing on off stump. And he's standing on off stump, so anything that he misses, he's likely to be out. Now, previously with the keeper back, he was advancing down the wicket, but also moving outside off stump. So, in the position he was getting himself into, if the ball did hit him, it would have been outside the line of off stump. Had he been allowed to advance down the pitch, and outside off stump, had that ball hit him, it would have been outside the line of off stump. But because he was stuck in the crease, that was plumb in front. Wonderful bit of cricket, good bowling, good captaincy. Nice smart tactics there. So Esther Hazen goes LBW ball, Ruan de Swart for 15. He faced 34 deliveries, hit 3 boundaries.
4 of the first delivery, wicket of the last delivery. De Swart there.
Yeah, good cricket. Nyaku still probing away. He can overcome his no ball demons. I think he can begin to start probing and really start asking some questions of the batters, because he is a wonderful bowler. He's looked really impressive. He's bowled good areas, swung the ball both ways, nipped it around, and the type of bowler you feel can get a wicket at any time. He's that type of bowler you feel, you know, especially on a pitch where there is something happening. No, it's just as I praise him.
Bowls wide. Umpire hasn't called it though, but has called a bye and a no ball, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so all not 100% going the way of Onke Nyaku. And Delano Potgieter, who has come to join Seletsani at the crease, about to face his first ball.
I remember, so Delano Potgieter, yeah, they've got him down as having faced the ball, but I don't think that's correct. Oh, that's a beautiful ball.
Beautifully bowled. Nyaku having changed action now. He's coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
The Esther Hazen wicket is a huge one, isn't it? Because I mean, he was just looking, and he is in such good form. He's got 300s in three games, one of them being a 200 in the previous match, 175 against Western Province at Newlands, previous match to 200. Not out, I think it was 100 not out in the first innings, and that's a huge wicket for the Dragons. Now, Potgieter becomes your other experienced player who's pulled Lions out of trouble lots of times. So can they find a way to manufacture his wicket as they did with Esther Hazen? Can they find something, maybe a little out of the box, pull another rabbit out of the hat, find a way to try and get him out? If they work something tactically, they've picked something up.
And they would have obviously done quite a bit of analysis last night then, and immediately after 1 or 2 overs, that's when Herman then stood up to the wicket.
Ooh, that's very, very close to the outside edge. So this is the danger of Nyaku, because the previous one looked like he swung it into the left-handed Potgieter, and this one is the one that looks like it shaped away. Let's have a look. There we go. Straightened, beautiful, absolute. With that angle coming from around the wicket, as a batter, you're almost supposed to play. You feel like you have to play because the ball's coming at you, and then it just straightens and leaves you. It's a really difficult angle, especially if you have the ability, as he does, to straighten that ball and just to leave the left-hander.
Certainly probing outside off stump, and the ball's carrying quite well to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it is. That's good carry. Certainly, the pace of the pitch has been a bit quicker from day one, because day one there was a bit of moisture. It was slowish, but it's gone a lot quicker now. We're at day 3 at the moment, and with those divots, this is where he's been good. Potgieter, anything straight into his pad, he's just clipped it away, worked it away quietly for runs. And when you've got full, even if it's off stump, oh, this is sloppy. This is sloppy, and I think it's going to be 5 or 6 runs. 5, I think 5, because they didn't quite. And interestingly, if Potgieter and Seletsani ran a bit quicker, and they completed 2 runs, that could have been 6. But they kind of just casually were running and allowed the ball to go over the boundary. So I think that's going to be 5.
The umpire did put his hands up, indicating 6 runs. So they completed the second run, and then the sloppy fielding resulted in the ball going through to the boundary. So 6.
Let's see if it's going to be 6. We'll see what comes up on yeah, it looks like 6.
6, yes.
Up there, so it is 6. But he didn't. Did they finish the second run?
Yep. Indeed, they did. Well, end of the 24th over, partnership between Seletani and Potgieter now 9 runs, and the Lions are 77 for 5. Right, you say in the mind games that you had alluded to early on, what do you think they would probably be thinking for Seletani?
It looks pretty standard and a basic field placing, although he is also standing a little out of his crease, so maybe that little tactic of coming up to the stumps for the keeper to come up may not be a bad little tactic to continue, because Seletani is standing out of his crease. Just although he wasn't advancing down the pitch as Connor Esterhuizen was, but the fact that he is standing out of his pitch, out of his crease, keeper coming up will pull him back into his crease and maybe just change the length, allow the bowler to bowl better length, and that's exactly what's happening. So really good to see this. Because they, and there's so many ways that bowlers and teams can attack, and very often people tend to think, or we tend to think, that you only have to attack by bowling fast and bowling a certain way, or sometimes with attacking field placings, and you can sometimes attack with defending field placings. You can attack with tactically, just like this, with the keeper coming up, or just, you know, in some way by changing your tactics. And this is really smart cricket. So let's see, there's still 2 slips in there. In fact, there's 3 slips. It looks like there's 3. I don't think that third slip's a gully, is he? Or is
no.
He's a wideish, kind of maybe a 4th slip.
Sure.
It doesn't look like he's at a gully position.
And that's one of the debates that we had yesterday as De Swart runs in. Expensive shot and well fielded on the offside. Slightly full.
I've enjoyed, I must say, there's been 2 riveting days of cricket here. And this morning has been just as enthralling. Really has been good to watch. Good to see that teams are thinking out of the box, trying to work batters out in different ways.
Seletani knows where his off stump is and leaves pretty well, but he has been forced to come back into the crease, having stood outside the crease to the bowlers. But with Herman coming up, the wicketkeeper, he's now forced to have his back foot behind the line.
He tries something different here, does the Swat. And just as he was running in, I picked up something different. He went wide of the crease. Did you spot that? He went wide and he tried to. So it looked to me like he was trying that little Yorker delivery that he got Esterhuizen with. He's coming wide and that in swinging Yorker, and he got it a touch on the full side.
The field now changes quite a bit for the left-hander, and De Swart also coming around the wicket to Delano Potgieter. Still 3 slips, and the keeper still standing up as well.
Ooh, that wasn't too far away from the outside edge. This is good cricket here. The SWAT is giving absolutely nothing away. And they're asking some serious questions of these Lions batters here on the third morning of this 4-day challenge between the DP World Lions and Eastvaal Renault Northwest Dragons. Let's just quickly go through the way things, a match summary. 239 all out with the DP World Lions in their first innings. Batters that really stood out. In fact, apart from Connor SA, he's got a magnificent 100 not out, and Talano Portuguese got 77. Everybody else on that scorecard, single figures. That's a really interesting scorecard. So that was the first innings, and then the bowlers that stood out there: Rowan de Swart 3 for 18, and Onke Nyaku 3 for 36, and then Kluti and Latuka 1 each. No, hang on. It was Kluti, I'm pretty sure Matoa got 1 as well, yeah. I'll look for 2, no they won't.
And that seems to be the order of the day, Hussein, in that all the top order all get single figures and rarely get into the double digits. And the middle
order, yeah. And you know, we've seen this around, particularly on the Highveld, certain pitches. I know down at St. George's there's a little early movement. It's not easy to bat. We've seen it there a number of times where the top order have a really struggle in the morning when the ball's nipping around. We saw it here in the both first innings of both teams. I'm going to go through the scorecard of the first innings, the Dragons, and so 239 all out, Lions in their first innings, then 256 all out with the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons. So they just managed to get slightly ahead. Mikael Prince 48, Vian Libber 26, Ruben Herman 27, Tian Forrester 78 not out, and he, as you say, lower middle order batter, all rounder. And then right at the end, Alfred Matoa 24. That would have been a pretty frustrating innings for number 11 to come in and score 24 right at the end for the Lions. Beautiful drive. He leaned into this and made it look so easy. Lovely drive, slightly over pitch, and you can't really blame Nyaku because he's trying to find the outside edge, just getting that ball up there. And I must say, I wouldn't really mind this too much as a bowling side or bowling captain. If you're getting driven through the covers and you've got 2 slips in a gully and the ball's still nipping around, don't mind that too much. So good cricket all round.
And it's just something about a left-hander driving a cricket ball.
Glorious stroke.
And that's exactly what Nyaku achieves there, as you described, looking for that outside edge, ball straightening up, and Talano also not too sure whether to go forward or backwards to that particular ball.
Yeah, so 256 all out with the Dragons in reply, and then the bowlers in the Lions' first innings that got wickets was Bayes Swanepoel 5 for 84. And Siaplaki 4 for 54, and then 1 for 57 for Sepamla. So I would say pretty even Stevens, and then DP World Lions now 83 for 5. And the bowlers so far here, so nobody really scoring or runs to talk about, but the bowlers here so far in the second innings, 2 apiece for De Swart and Nyaku, and both of them have been absolutely brilliant. Although Nyaku, must be said, he's got 2 for 56 off. This is his 10th over, so he's been relatively expensive. He's going at 5.8 to the over, which is unusual in a 4-day game. So he has been a touch on the expensive side, maybe being unsettled with the no balls, and perhaps searching a little. A lot less patient than De Swart has been at the other end. He's been exemplary. Matoa bowled 3 overs, not 1 for 3 last night, Alfred Matoa. So he's also picked up the 1 wicket. So overbowled 83 for 5. That's the state of the game currently. There's a few games going on around the country, and in case you've missed it, Gordon Templeton, the Proteas were in some serious form overnight. I was at the gym early this morning, and I must say, kind of in my younger days, I used to sit up at odd hours and watch test matches, and I don't have the energy for that anymore. So I tend to get my sleep. Sleep's quite important, and wake up and catch up. But I rushed to the gym this morning quite early, and then somebody said, geez, have you seen the Proteas and what they've done this morning? So, in case you missed it, Proteas beat Pakistan by 8 wickets. They bowled them out for 138 in their second innings, and that was, let me just see who got the wickets. I think it was Simon Harmer who picked up 6 wickets.
He
if I'm not
picked up
mistaken.
6, yes, Harmon. Yeah.
Yeah, so...
and also became the first South African to 1,000 first-class wickets.
Yeah, so he got 6 for 50, and then Rabada 1, Maharaj 2. Maharaj, I think, in the first innings picked up 7. Am I right? So he got 9 in the match. So spinners really dominating. Pakistan there 333 in their first innings. South Africa responding with 404, and then 138. South Africa bowled Pakistan out early this morning, and then 73 they chased down for the loss of 2 wickets. So they share that series, South Africa and Pakistan, and it's a good sign for South Africa. I think they haven't really lost. Ooh, look at that ball take off.
It did rise sharply.
That's really taken off.
Sure, the keeper also...
yeah, he's done well to get something to it.
Indeed.
Almost took his head off.
Earlier on, you were
really
talking
well
about the number 11 occupying the crease with a batsman that's scoring freely and openly. And that's exactly what Gerso Rabada and Muntambi did against Pakistan yesterday as well.
So it's good to see. I think South Africa have been really dominant from a test cricket perspective, haven't they, in the last few years? Since that series, and it was that series in New Zealand where they went with a weakened, depleted side, which in fact Rohan de Swart, who's bowling now, played in those 2 test matches. They lost that series, and since then I don't think they've lost another series since then. That's been probably 2 years, 3 years. So yeah, they've been in good form as a test. Their test team has been in good form, and Shukri Conrad and company. I think they've done well. I like the way Shukri coaches and approaches things. He's quite street smart.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. There's a man on the drive. He's come up into a short cover catching position, but every now and then the Swat just is getting, he's obviously looking for the edge, and he just every now and then gets it a touch on the full side. And he's been punished this morning by Estes, and then on this occasion by Seletswane, who leans into this and plays a beautifully timed stroke. Pierces that gap to perfection. He moves to 22. Young man, looking nice and composed, I must say. Didn't offer a stroke here, I don't think, so he's not going to run. Just shouldered arms with this ball going down the leg side because...
Well, the Swat certainly trying quite a bit. Maybe he's also starting to lose patience there as we see the end of the 27th over. Lions 87 for 5. You had mentioned Shukri Conrad's coaching philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, I've played with Shukri when we were in our under 21 days. I played with him, against him, known him for a long time, and I say what I really like about Shukri and the way he operates is, like I said earlier, he's pretty street smart. He's happy to take a few risks. He's an out of the box thinker. He's not afraid to make unpopular decisions,
as we've seen.
And so, that's not a bad thing, because you got to make cricketing decisions, not popular decisions. And over the years, sometimes you feel that sometimes decisions were made which were popular and maybe not always the best cricketing decisions. But Shukri, he's his own man. Let's put it that way. I think he does what he thinks will work, and that's it. And he's prepared to live with the consequences also. So he's I like the way he operates, and made some interesting and unpopular and very surprising decisions, which have all worked out, I must say. And if I have to go back to when they won the Test Series, the World Test Series at Lord's, if you just go back to that game itself, there was a couple of decisions in that particular match where a lot of people were surprised. Pian Mulder batting at 3, and everybody went like, oh, Mulder can't bat, with this, that, whatever the case is, and people have their opinions. Batted Mulder at 3, and it worked really well. And then Mulder, of course, a few months later went on to break the South African Test record, you know. So, and another decision. So I mean, like, he's obviously seen Mulder, and it's something that I know over my years on the selection pen. Something I've repeatedly spoke about is that Mulder's actually, for me, has always been a batting all-rounder. And somehow, when he's found his way into the Proteas, various coaches and panels have looked at him almost. He's been picked as a bowling all-rounder, so he's come in and batted at 6 and 7 and in those positions. I always felt that that wasn't ideal for him, and it just didn't work for the team either. So, but Shukri's looked at it differently, and he's gone like, this guy's a batting all-rounder. I want him in there in the top order because he's a proper top order batter. And so I like that. He's made the bold call. The other decision he made was Patterson, who did really well throughout the entire Test Championship, didn't play, and he played Sipamla. No, not Sipamla. Was it Sipamla? Ngidi. He played Ngidi in that final. And people were going, hang on, Patterson had bowled really well. Why play? You know, why isn't he playing at Lord's? Ball's going to nip around, whatever the case is. Why not play? Why isn't Ngidi playing? And Ngidi actually turned that match on its head, and he was very successful. And during the Test Championship, when they were playing a lot of matches, there were times when when he brought Patterson in, everybody was surprised. People were like, Patterson, why is he playing? He's just a medium pacer, you know. And he saw the logic. He understood what role Patterson was going to play at certain times, and he used him to absolute perfection. And we saw in the series that games that Patterson played, he was absolutely effective in the role that he played. He's of course not the quickest of bowlers, but he did a job, and he did a job really well for the team. So Shukri is very much, he's defined the roles of the different players really well. I think people understand him. I get a sense that players within the squad really enjoy working with him. He backs them when he's going to back you. He backs you as a player. I mean, he's not everybody's cup of tea. I'm not saying he's like the perfect coach, but I really like the way he's gone about his business, and he's, as I say, street smart. He's an operator. He understands the game at a deeper level, I think, than a lot of people do. He reads the game particularly well. The other thing I'd say about that Test side at the moment, 88 for 5, 28 overs bowled. Other thing I'd say about that Test side at the moment, and I know Bavuma's not playing at the moment, but Temba Bavuma has been superb. Markram's a really good captain as well. But Bavuma, if I go back to that Test series, I think he was instrumental as well. So together with him and Shukri, they form a really solid partnership there. Bavuma, I've got to know Temba over the years. His leadership abilities are superb. He's really a sound thinker. He's an intelligent young man, and I think he's also found a way to bring the best out of young players in the sea, as well as senior players. So they've got a good thing going there. I think Markram's obviously one for the future, and he's a really smart cricketer, good thinker, also a leader, a future leader as well. So there's a lot of good things going on there in that Test side. And of course now Shukri is in charge of the white ball cricket as well, heading to the World Cup 2027 here in South Africa. That's going to be interesting. There's a lot of work going on here, by the way, just behind us. I mean, when you walked into the Wanderers, did you see trucks and like...
correct, and the digging going on?
Digging and the...
Yesterday, when I arrived yesterday, I think one of the pylons has actually been brought down.
Well, in case you haven't noticed, if you look on the far end, and we're looking across the golf course, have you noticed the pylons are gone? There's no pylons anymore. If anybody is at the Wanderers, and if our cameraman can just pan over to where the pylons are normally, if he's listening to us, and otherwise we'll get him to just pan to where there's no pylons at the moment. The Wanderers. Have you noticed? You didn't notice, right?
No, I don't know. I didn't notice
They gone.
the golf course end, but I did notice one. getting to the underground parking as I walked up, and I thought, ooh, hold on, something's different here as the players go to the nets there.
So at the moment, there's no floodlight pylons at the Wonders. There's new ones being put in for the 2027 World Cup, and that's going to be brilliant. Those bright LEDs and will be absolutely spectacular. There's also been a drop-in pitch to the left-hand side of where we're looking at the moment. There's been a drop-in pitch which was grown just below us, almost as if you're baking, like a baking tray. It was grown in there and then transplanted to the middle just recently. So a lot of things happening here at the DP World Wonders. It's an international stadium, and what a class venue as well.
Indeed. And
especially when it's full.
Coming back to the game that we currently at, we've had a change of bowler on both ends.
And we didn't notice. I didn't know. we got chatting.
No, sure. Well, the Proteas was the focus over there, and I didn't want to disturb you. But Deon Forrester has come on from the golf course end and also probing away at that off stump. They have removed the helmet off the field, so I don't think Herman is going to stand up to any of the bowlers going forward at the moment.
I think Forrester's probably a little taller and maybe a touch quicker, and perhaps he feels no need to stand up. But I mean, those are tactical little moves that you do from time to time. It doesn't mean you've got to stick with it for a extended period of time. What's this partnership worth now? 21?
Indeed it is.
He's looked good, young Richard Saletswane, must say. Has looked calm, composed, hasn't looked really rattled or fazed by too many things. He's just gone about his business in a quiet way. Every time the slightly overpitched balls presented itself, he's tucked it away nicely for 4. Apart from that, he's defended well, he's left well. Looks to be well organized.
Certainly does look very organized. I was indicating to Aslam yesterday that the batsman, for the life of me, and maybe you could educate me, but for the first time I saw a number of batters taking off stump as guard, which blew my mind. Hadn't seen that in forever. As the over comes to an end here, 29 overs gone, 89 for 5 are the DP World lines at the moment. So the other change that we saw as you were talking about the Proteas earlier on was Klute has now come on from the caller drive end, and his first over just costing him a single run.
There are a few other games going on as well, Gordon, around the country. 4-day CSA 4-day challenge matches that would be of interest. This is driven straight to the man at cover. So the Hollywood Bat Dolphins are playing the WSB Western Province, and that's in where is that game being played? Let's see if I can find this. Anyway, let me go to the scorecard and we'll figure out where they're playing. 337 did Western Province score in their first innings. And the batters there, 102 for Valentine Katima. Good to see him getting 100. Daniel Smith, 53. He's been in good form. Really looked a dangerous player. Smith, 38 for Funelwa and 28 for Carl Simmons. So 337 for all out. Bowlers there. Akule Chele picked up 5. 2 for Makwena and 1 for Ethan Bosch and then 1 for Ramashan Pillay. So 337.
And that match being played at Newlands.
It's at Newlands.
It is at Newlands, Province hosting. It's a coastal derby. Province hosting the Dolphins.
Thank you, Gordon. And then 267 Hollywood Bet Dolphins. Batters there, Marcus Ackerman 80. He's the only one to get past 50. And there's a few 20s and 30s in there. Sepang Datul has been in good form there. Martian Pillay got 27. Parsons 20. Jason Smith 17. 28 for Hanufel Yun, not out. So 267. So a bit of a lead there for Western Province. And then let's see what are they doing. 19 for 1 in the second innings. So that's that fixture. Then let's go to the next one. Is Mutiram Tuskers against Gold Rush Boland. Gordon, do your homework. Tell me where that one is, because it's not coming up on the scorecard.
Yeah, that's played in Pietermaritzburg.
Yeah. Solidly defended, and so there the first innings, Tusker scored 298 all out. Batters there, Nofal 89. He got 100 in his previous innings, so he's in some good form. Shackleton 53 and Mogakane 78, and then Zuma 33. So 298. And then 356 for 9, Gold Rush Boland. 152 for Kaplan.
Kluter having to abort his run there. Something disturbing Trana Potgieter.
So Gavin Kaplan 152. Van Bries's 82. 356 for 9. Let's see who got the wickets. This is punched away with the back foot. It'll just be a single down to the man on the boundary.
Effortless ease as the over comes to an end there as well. 90 for 5, the DP World Lions leading by 73 runs after 30 overs. Scheduled a good 95 overs today, Hussein. 85 more left on the day, but the players got off the field because of light. Yes, yeah, because of light.
Once the shadows go behind those tall trees there on the western side, it can get dark pretty quickly. Although it was a beautiful day these last 2 days.
Indeed.
Beautiful sunshine, especially in the afternoons. I know the first morning there was a bit hazy in the morning, and then the sun came out. It was lovely, but yesterday and today has been absolutely spectacular. So it's not been a bad morning for the DP World Lions. They're 90 for 5. They lead by 73. They've picked that lead up from where it was. So slowly building.
50-odd runs being picked up in the first hour of play thus far. And yeah, Hussein, you had mentioned there's a lot of work going on at the DP World Wanderers Stadium. I got distracted quite a bit yesterday because there were people hanging from the roof all over. So
even now, when you walk in, there's a gentleman here. He hasn't got a Spider-Man outfit, but he's cleaning windows here, and I just greeted him as I walked in here, and I know your eyes popped out.
Well, good to see that he's got his harness on there.
He's got his harness on. Yeah, he's on the outside at 3 or 4 levels up here. There's a few more guys up on the roof there.
Indeed, and they're busy cleaning the roof of the Unity stand. Looks like they're going to repaint it as well. So yeah, a lot of work in preparation for the World Cup 2027.
A lot going on here. It's a busy stadium these days.
I'd also indicated to Aslam yesterday, and I haven't been around here since the end of last season, but I'd also indicated the parking lot is full. And Aslam had told me, yeah, well, there are 80 corporates.
There we go. They're up in the Unity stand, in the roof. And
cleaning it hard.
And,
yeah. But my word, Hussein, would you get up there, harness or not?
I don't know. Oh, there's a thick outside edge, and this ball, he's running away to the third man boundary. He'll probably get away with this one. Delano Potgieter is fortunate because had he missed that, I reckon that was crashing into his pad, plumb in front, but found a way just to get the thick outside edge and managed to get 4 runs just to rub it in even further.
Just looking at the replay here, he actually shaped to play down his leg side.
Good bowling.
Yeah, very, very good bowling.
Yeah, Forrester asking a few questions. He's a good young all-rounder, isn't he? Like there's a few really good cricketers on our circuit at the moment. Some encouraging signs, batters, bowlers, all-rounders, some spinning all-rounders. I mean, the other thing to talk about, I think, coming back to the Proteas, here's a good delivery. The other thing to talk about the Proteas is that it's been such a long time coming, and I'm just so pleased to see it, is that Senarayan Mutasamy has now been given an extended run. It's given an opportunity, and that's really so good to see, because for years and years I'm thinking like this guy can bat and bowl, and in South Africa we've always had this mindset, and it's really certainly not a criticism of anybody or the system or anything. It's just that there's been that mindset that an all-rounder is the Jacques Kallis mole all-rounder. You know, an all-rounder is the fast bowler who can bat. And if you look at it traditionally over the years, that really has been the case. The greatest all-rounders that ever lived were all fast bowling all-rounders. You look at Richard Hadley, you look at Imran Khan, you look at Kapil Dev, Ian Botham, Jacques Kallis, Garfield Sobers. Of course, Sobers was unique in that he bowled fast and he bowled spin. But apart from that, all the other names I mentioned, all fast bowling all-rounders. So, you know, the history of all-rounders has basically been studded with brilliant, some of the greats of the game, and they've all been fast bowling all-rounders. So there's been that kind of perception that in order to be an all-rounder. So 94 for 5, they're going on for a little drinks break. But there's been that perception, and I'm so happy to see, and around the world in the last 4 or 5 years, there's been a change where we've seen Ravindra Jadeja and a few of those all-rounders, Akshar Patel. So we'll come back to this discussion, but here's the scorecard: 94 for 5, second innings. Joshua Richards 18 last night, Mkwetu 9, Salitswane is on 22 not out, but Esther Hazen was the big wicket dismissed this morning, the 1 wicket to fall this morning, 15. But a wonderful bit of cricket, bowling, batting, bowling captaincy, wicket keeping, keeper came up, but some good cricket this morning, and I think DP World Lions will be a touch relieved to just get through this little 1 hour to the drinks break, having only lost 1 wicket.
And they certainly have survived that particular hour. Yes, 1 wicket, and the wicket of the batsman in form. And here we have.
Okay, so these are the Dragons wickets.
Yes.
These are the Dragons wickets from the first innings. And Gope there on that occasion, and then this is Yanaman Malan with an inside edge. That's Vian Libber. Beautiful diving catch by Connor Esterhuizen. Some quick bowling from Sia Plaiki. Mikael Prince caught on the crease, just walking into that one. And then Ruben Herman with a big booming drive. Wow, isn't that a wonderful catch at slip? And then that's one caught behind, which Ruan Swat wasn't too convinced about, but his finger went up. And Yaku walking into that one as well. Trapped plumb in front by Bayes Swanepoel. And then Latuka with another in-swinging Yorker, trapped him plumb in front. And he's bowled nice and quick. Sia Plaiki picking up the 9th wicket and the 10th wicket. So this is the wicket of Matoa, who frustrated the Lions by scoring 24-46 delivery right towards the end. But it was Bayes Swanepoel who picked up 5 for 84, and then Sia Plaiki 4 for 54. So 2 of them really doing the damage there.
In the drinks break right now, looks like even poise. You had mentioned a good total to be getting would be 250, Hussein.
I'm not sure if it's a good total. I just kind of was taking a bit of an educated guess at like what I think the Lions would want to be bowling at as a minimum in the 4th inning. So we're going like minimum we need is like 250 guys. We know nothing less than that. 250 we can at least we can bowl at that, and maybe hope to bowl them out in the fourth innings. But I'm pretty, if they bat and bat well, if they get 300, 350, of course, the more the better, But then it becomes a time thing as well. I think there's enough time left in the game. We've still got the full rest of the day today, which there's 80 odd overs remaining in the day, and then entire day tomorrow. I don't know I haven't seen the weather forecast, but yeah, I think there's enough time left to get a result either way. But the really interesting thing is, and I think we've had some good cricket over the past 2 days, there's all three results are still possible. I think more so the two results, which are the win for both teams, those are pretty much on the cards at the moment. I think the draw is probably your third option at the moment. So Kluti continues. That's a rough dump, left alone. I could come back to that discussion about the all-rounders. I'm really happy to see that South Africa now have got a spinning all-rounder in their side, and I think it's long, long overdue. So again, coming back to Shukri Conrad and the way he's looking at things, bigger picture. Test cricket, international cricket now is played on the subcontinent more than 50%, maybe even 70, 80%, I don't know, of games now around the world are played on subcontinent conditions. Beat Sri Lanka, this is a good delivery. It's just beaten his outside edge and trickled down to slip. Challenging delivery. So nice to see Muthusamy, who I believe is a genuine all-rounder. He's a proper all-rounder. He score hundreds. He can bowl and he can get fifers. And there's somebody who can make the team. And that's gone down. He's fortunate. I think he may have just got the outside edge.
It did get the
because that was quite straight. And if he missed that completely, that may have been an appeal. But it's fortunate it went down. Good delivery. So yeah, I'm happy to see that South Africa have got a spinning all-rounder. I think that's the future. I think we've got a few good young all-rounder and Forrester's bowling there, the Swats bowling around the country. There's a few really good all-rounders. The Lions have some wonderful all-rounders in their side. Delano Potgieter batting there is certainly a wonderful all-rounder. Vian Mulder is a fantastic all-rounder. Payus Swanepoel is a good all-rounder. Fortuin is a wonderful spinning all-rounder. So there are some really good all-rounders starting to produce around the country. But there was a gap there, wasn't there, after Jacques Ellis? There was he retired. Suddenly just weren't any all-rounders coming into that Proteas setup for a few years. But suddenly we're seeing a lot of. So there's some really positive signs and positive things happening. I'm really happy to see Muthusamy coming back to that when you go to the subcontinent, you've got that spinning all-rounder who can give you that extra depth. Nicely played. He's got a touch on the straight side here. Here's Kluti. And Seletswane
clipped it.
Just clipped this. Lovely little leg glance. He's just got enough on this to beat the fine leg, who's quite square at the moment. And this runs away for 4 to the boundary.
Hussein, there was the experiment in after the Callis era to try get Vernon Philander as your all-rounder as well in the Proteas setup.
Correct. I mean, Vernon Philander is certainly was an all-rounder. I think he was more bowling all-rounder for me. I think he was a wonderful batter. Make no mistake. I think Philander was a batter who could score runs, but he hasn't. I don't think stand to be corrected, but I don't think he's got any Test hundreds. So I don't think Philander would make the team purely as a batter. So I'll use this as an hypothetical example. If he was injured and couldn't bowl, would he be picked in the Proteas team as a batter? I don't think so. So for me, that's a genuine all-rounder. Whereas if you talk about a Callis, if Callis, even we went through a phase where he was injured and he couldn't bowl, he'll make the team as a batter. And if he, for whatever reason, he couldn't bat, he'd make the team as a bowler at that stage. That's how good he was. And I think Muthusamy is in that same mold. I think Mulder is probably close there as well. Although, as I said, I think Mulder's more batting all-rounder for me. Although people have seen that differently over the last few years. But Muthusamy, I think he's a genuine all-rounder, proper all-rounder. Can bat, get hundreds and bowl and get fifers. So that's a good sign for South African cricket. I just hope that that's the future and that's how we're starting to look at things going forward.
Especially now that Pakistan are hosting matches now again after a very long break with the turmoil that had been taking place over there. On the subcontinent, would be good to have a batting spin all-rounder in what Botsamani provides. Played easily to the outside. Forrester maybe trying a bit too hard, trying to get the Yorker in and over pitching.
So Gold Rush, Boland have been bowled out. So Duskers 298 all out and Boland 359. So they will have, so it's innings changed there at the moment. And let's see what's happening around the country at the other game. So that's the two fixtures. Then there's one up the road as well. The Warriors are playing,
hosted by the
Titans. Warriors are playing the Titans. So there, the Dayfabet Warriors lost the toss and they got 244 all out. Momentum multiply Titans 228 all out, and at the moment currently Dayfabet Warriors 131 for 4. So their lead is, I think, about 145 at the moment. Currently the batters batting there are, it's a good leave again there. Currently the batters there are Kashile on 28 not out and Matthew de Villiers on 39. So another interesting game there. I think we're probably going to see a result as well there. Lots of time still to go. I think there's one more game going on. Is there?
No, it's just those four. Just four.
No,
just
then,
four
there's
matches.
then there's this one. Yeah. So
Yeah.
those are the four. Yeah.
Correct. Yes. Having highlighted that, Hussein, has the new system of breaking up the franchise system that we had for a good number of years since the early 2000s. Now, each province literally having a professional team. Is that another opportunity for players to put up their hands and get more game time?
I think there's pros and cons to the current system. I do think there's a restructuring at the moment that Cricket South Africa are looking at. They may look to change things, but I must say from my personal perspective, the moment they did away with the B section, which was your B teams, I think they kind of somewhere along the line there was a missing link in the pipeline and the pathway where players are going up, because for example, big province like the Lions should be having a B side, and that B side then filters up into the A side. So without that, where your big provinces don't have a B side, I think that's the missing link from you. Yes, there are the B division, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, all the B division sides, but I think your bigger provinces should be having a B side playing in that current system. So if you can get your big provinces, their second teams playing together in Division 2, that would be the answer for me. And I think that would, because you have to have, in these bigger provinces, like Western Province, Gauteng, Titans, Dolphins, you have to have the Warriors in Eastern Province. You have to have a B side. There's got to be some sort of filter for a young cricketer who's doing well at schools, comes up, plays under 19, plays club cricket, does well. What's his next step up? Is it Colts? And then there's got to be a B section just before he gets up into at this level. And at the moment, Colts is the next level down, and they don't play enough Colts cricket. I mean, I think the Colts play basically, I think, about 4 games in a season, and that's not really enough. In fact, they play 4 3-day games and 4 one-day games. They don't play any T20 cricket. So if you wanted to pick a T20 side at the moment, that would be a bit difficult. So I think there's a restructuring, and they're looking at finding ways. Oh, that's a thick edge, and it's flown through the third slip area. He's got away with this, Selitswane, but a little moral victory for Akili Kluti. He's got hands on hip. He's got the teapot out, and why not? Because he's beaten the outside edge eventually, and it's just managed to find a way wide of second slip. Have a look at this. Oh, it's gone down, is it? I think that's gone down. So it wasn't a chance. Actually, I was kind of wondering why that went so slowly. But the teapot's more about the fact that he's conceded 4 runs. I think that wasn't a chance. So Letswane moves to 31.
He's gone about his business very quietly as Richard Seletoni plays that on the offside. Bit fuller from Kluter. The body language has gone a bit, shoulders have dropped somewhat from the Eastvaal Northwest Renault Dragons in that hour, 20 minutes or so that has gone past. Maybe the heat is getting to them as well, and the fact that they've only picked up 1 wicket. So far this morning, a plan from their perspective may have been that if we pick up 2-3 before the lunch interval, and then we end for a good day's cricket.
Yeah, I must say, Delano Potgieter at the moment is a big wicket, but Seletwane has batted beautifully. He's done the business. He's gone about, as you say, his business quietly. He's done the basics well. He isn't trying to be exuberant or played any big shots. He's just played really well within himself. He's left a lot of deliveries. He's now 90 balls for his 31. It's exactly what the team needed. So good cricket by the Lions this morning. 104 for 5. That previous run or that previous boundary got them to 100. So yeah, coming back to that earlier discussion, Gordon, I think I think the system is being looked at. There's been numerous discussions around at Cricket South Africa, cricket committees, etc., about how to restructure. And I know there is something in the pipeline. Don't know exactly what it is, but they are looking at something. And I think it's around the world that is the challenge with the amount of T20 cricket that's been played at the moment. But there's a lot of interest in cricket. Youngsters are playing at all different levels. A lot of good things happening at the moment. But, I'm looking at that slip that there isn't. The first slip's gone quite wide, isn't it? So there almost isn't the first slip. He's bowling Forrester from around the wicket, but there's kind of wideish, almost a second slip, and then there's a gully. So little few gaps. The ball is how old now? 34 overs old. Should be still something. They would be hoping to pick up a wicket. He's bowling from around the wicket, so he's got an interesting leg side feel. He's got a deep square leg, deep backward square leg. He's got a square leg up in the circle, then the mid wicket, and he's found a way to get this through. There's Potgieter, foolish delivery, angled in and neatly clipped off his pads. That mid wicket that I just mentioned took a dive to his right hand side, but couldn't stop it. And Potgieter gets another boundary. He moves to 18.
Did you see the fourth fielder on the onside?
Yeah. In fact, I saw the deep backward square leg. It isn't a fine deep backward square leg. Mid wicket and mid on, so there's 4 on the leg side, and with that angle coming in, so hoping that perhaps Potgieter can chop one up to one of those fielders on the leg side.
Yeah, Forrester crafting away slowly but surely, asking Delano to play his shots. Delano tentative, watching, studying what the bowlers are up to, probably thinking that they should be worn out, or thinking to wear them out and then capitalise as soon as the loose ball comes. Played beautifully forward defence to the offside. Yeah, interesting slip positioning there. You had indicated that there is no traditional first slip, so the first slip is in a second slip position, and then the second slip is probably a fourth slip. Or would that be gully?
Looks like a gully to me. This one's running down to fine leg. It's going to be a chase for the deep backward square leg. He'll get there. And he'll haul it in. It's going to be a couple. Is that off the pad? Let's have a look at the umpire.
Let's umpire, yes.
Leg buys.
Indeed. Well, that lead slowly picking up. 93 currently. Dragons have given away 15 extras, 3 buys, leg buys, and then those no balls that we had indicate that we saw early on this morning.
42 runs now this partnership is worth.
End of the over. 110 for 5. Valuable 42 runs there. You said?
Indeed. It's going to be an interesting. It's all set up for an interesting 4th innings, isn't it? As you say, still all 3 results possible, and that's good to see. When you can go into the 3rd and 4th day, late into the 4th day, and still all 3 results possible. That's what you want. Cricket can be, particularly the longer version of the game, can be so interesting and riveting, and you can sometimes sit for 4 or 5 days and watch.
Still the best form of cricket.
Still the best, absolutely. And it's just like a game of chess. Something going on all the time. Little mini battles within, matchups and battles within battles.
Gully and second slip in conversation there, deep conversation. The slip cordon a lot tighter for Kluter than they are for Forrester. Would you say that the pitch has dried up a little bit now? Not as quick as it was a bit earlier. It's shot played expansively, slightly over pitched to the onside to mid on there by Richard Siletani.
Yeah, I think you do get the normal high felt morning moisture. So from this morning there would have been a little bit, an hour now. So already close to midday. Pretty sure all the moisture's out the surface.
Siletani's patience is admirable. Waiting for the bad ball. And what we see currently is a traditional field for the right-handed Kluter as that ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. You still got 2 slips in the gully. You got your point, you got your cover, possibly extra cover position, your mid on, your mid wicket in close, and then your backward square on the boundary. Kluter in again, and Richard Siletani leaves that. He's very aware of where his off stump is, has been leaving extremely well. End of the over, 110 for 5, and the DP World Lions building a good partnership. That maiden over there from Kluter, lead of 93 runs. Dejan Forrester looks like he's going to change his action. He's going to come back over the wicket to the left-handed Delano Potgieter. Delano looking behind him where a fielder had dropped for defence. And the Dragons have placed a fielder just behind square. Not quite at square leg, but just almost like a leg slip, just wider. And that ball goes to his left now, to the deep square leg on the boundary, and they go through for one. Potgieter attacking wicket to wicket at the moment. Score Nelson for the DP World Lions. Forrester also wanting the batsman to play, so he bowls straight down the line. Wicket to wicket. Oh, and right there is exactly what Forrester's wanting Richard Seletswane to be doing. Ball pitched just slightly outside off stump, and Richard tempted to play that, probably hoping and thinking the ball would be darting into him, but it swung out.
And Gordon, this is good to see. So just, the Delano Potgieter just taking a walk up to the youngster and having a little quiet chat to him. It's very good to see. And I'll tell you why specifically. It's good to see because in the last over, Seletswane played a big on drive straight to the man at mid-on. It just looked to me like he almost feels like he's in now and he can start playing a few big shots. And this was a second big shot, big booming cover drive, which he hasn't done the entire morning. So within 2 overs, there's 2 almost like big shots that he suddenly decided he wants to play, and he just suddenly started looking a little loose. So there's a pattern that's developing, and I'm glad to see Potgieter taking a little stroll down the wicket just to have a little chat with him, just to calm down. Just to go like, listen, you batted well up till now. Whatever you've done so far is work. You've got yourself to 31. There's no need to change anything. And if he can get through to lunch here, Lions will be in great position if they don't lose another wicket, get to lunch. So it's important that they don't lose one now, just before the lunch break. 112 for 5.
Indeed. Richard's 32 runs have come over 101 balls. So he's occupied the crease very well, and Delano coming down the track and saying to him, yeah, that is all that's required right now, up until the Dragons bowlers are a bit tired, and then we can capitalise on any loose balls that would then come. Looks like we have a bowler from the caller drive end. Slatruka has come on from the caller drive end, and Delano just placed it off his back foot onto the offside. Tobilia Kakula is the change bowler that has come on to replace Kluter from the caller drive end. He's only played 5 matches thus far for the Dragons.
This is his fifth game, and I mean, I think this is his first game for the Dragons. He's played, if I'm not mistaken, I think for the Eastern Cape and Yati for Border. Those 4 first-class games, and probably Division 2. This is his first Division 1 game. Latuka.
Midfield on the offside as a defensive stroke was played by Richard, and they threw for a single run. Would you be one of the proponents of encouraging the switch of provinces as we currently see around the country at the moment? A lot of infield players going down to the coast, and a lot of coastal players or born coastal players coming up inland.
I think a lot depends on the opportunities at the province you're at the moment, and if players feel that they can get an opportunity and game time at the particular province they're at, then they will stay there. But if they feel that they can get a better opportunity somewhere else, then they'll move. So I won't say I'm in favour or not in favour of it. I just think that's just the way the system is, It's really about game time and opportunities. And you may be at the province where, like for example, at the Lions, there's just so many Proteas, so many world-class players, and you got to bide your time, You got to wait your turn, and sometimes young players have moved around, particularly over the years. I know a lot of players from the coast have moved inland to Titans, to this part of the world, and vice versa as well.
In my view, as you watch Tuka run in, my view, I think that's a good thing, because then you have a wholly developed player that can play on the slower wickets, which generally are at the coast, and the faster wickets inland.
Yeah, that's a good point. Very good conversation to have as well, because I think playing on the high veld, there's a certain type of conditions that you're going to encounter here on the high veld, where at the coast, as you say, slow, you do get, in the mornings, ball seems around there, like St. George's Border, maybe at Durban, different times. So it does develop you holistically, I think, as a player who then can play all around the world in different conditions. So also important, I think, to be able to play in different conditions. 113 for 5. This partnership is developing. It's worth 40. Is it 45?
Yeah, it is 45. And the lead is 96.
96, yeah. It's growing. And I just wonder at what stage will the Dragons start to get a touch nervous. Maybe they are already, but I reckon when that lead starts to get to 150, 200, and they maybe still 5 or 6 down, Dragons may be thinking, oh, they're going to have a tough mountain to climb, chasing 250, maybe 300 in the final, in the 4th innings, with those indentations on the pitch, and you don't know, maybe a bit some variable bounce in the on the 4th day.
Well, the field still looks attacking. 2 slips in the gully. So the nerves not quite setting in just yet, but as you say, as that score creeps up and keeps building, yeah, a bit of doubt, a bit of question marks will be asked as to what exactly needs to be done and how to try get rid of the remaining 5 wickets of the Lions. But as we indicated earlier, as we watch Forrester bowl one outside off, it did rise a bit. So, yeah, possibly hit one of those indentations that we had spoken about.
Yeah, that took off again. Beautiful delivery.
Richard Selekani going down the track, doing a bit of gardening.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. You can see that angle coming in and the ball just deviated left the right-hander. Having a little push at that. flying through to the keeper at a nice height. So good carry as well. Oh, that's a good shout. Now,
did you see Richard walking down the track there? Could
no.
that have influenced the umpire not looking at
Well,
that?
I tell you what, Forrester's not happy. There's some hands on hips there, and that looked straight. It looked certainly low enough. Let's have a look and see.
Yeah.
Coming down the wicket. Ooh, I tell you what. Not sure where that was going, but that looked like a good shout indeed.
I think
it was full, it was straight. And Forrester is not a happy camper at the moment. But, well, the umpire, I wonder what he was thinking. Maybe, as you say, Gordon, the fact that he advanced down the pitch just a little. Oh, now there's a little period here where Selitswan is looking a little unsettled suddenly, playing and missing a few, then playing a few loose strokes. Suddenly, he's looking loose. He was tight throughout the morning. He looked good. And there we go again, Potgieter having a quiet chat to him, saying, listen, just knuckle down, stick in, no need to do anything different. You're doing a fine job, young man. Don't need to try and score any runs at the moment. It's just about staying here and building and growing this partnership.
And the youngster beautifully playing that off his hip to the onside, to the backward square. Fielder as the over comes to an end, 39th over. 97 run lead. The Lions have 113, 114 for 5.
See Forrester just having a chat
to the umpire.
Umpire Lateghan there is trying to inquire about what happened. Why did he think that was not out? Wonder what the reason was. Oh, you never know. It could have even been an inside edge. Maybe he felt he was a little far down the wicket. Well, looked a good shot from where we were, but nonetheless, he's still there. The partnership's still intact. Ah, beautiful. Lovely stroke. It was a touch too straight from Tatuka on this occasion. And Selitswane punched this neatly. Was beating the mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Pierce the that field placing of mid-wicket and mid-on with precision. And the ball racing down to the boundary. So that's exactly the pressure relief that Selitswane may have been looking at in the previous two overs. And that speaks to your point of occupation of the crease, patience, just waiting for the bad ball and then punishing that, as Delano Potgieter would have indicated to Richard Selitswane. Just keep knuckle down and just keep working at your craft. The longer you stay here, the easier it will become. Ball rose slightly there, and Richard taking his right hand off the bat there, and they stroll through for a single. Tatuka coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Delano Potgieter. And glorious shot, over pitched, and Delano didn't even hesitate to throw the willow at it, making contact, and the fielders also didn't move as the ball went past them, skyrocketing past them to the boundary for 4.
Imperious, really, because and he did this a few times in the first innings, where every time the bowlers just got it slightly over pitched, he punished them. He was absolutely severe on anything over pitched, especially on that through that cover area. Now there is a short cover catching. That ball was just ever so slightly up in the air. Maybe they feel that slight bus hit. There's half a chance there for that short cover. but 4 more runs. I just wonder if the Northwest Dragons skipper Rian Libbe is thinking about perhaps bringing himself on. Just change of pace. Sometimes just spin, off spin to Delano Potgieter, ball turning away. One keeps low, one turns, something, just a change of pace. And it looks to me like maybe a change of pace at one end may work. Forrest is bowling beautifully at the one end, asking lots of questions. But maybe a change of pace at one end, just to try a few things before lunch. Maybe something to think about.
Sure, certainly. Also have the batsmen also think about how they're going to change their game plan as that over comes to an end. 106 is the lead currently, and those 2 boundaries that we saw early on, Hussein actually brought their partnership. That is Seletsane and Potgieter to 55 thus far, as we see change of bowler now. But they bringing from the golf course end. Just looking for confirmation. Would that be Motua? No, it's yes, indeed it is. It is Alfred Motua coming on. And he
clean bowling.
Clean bowl.
Beautiful delivery. First up from Matoa. And haven't you seen this before? Matoa comes in and just, it's something about his action. Their front arm doesn't come up. He's got that little slingy action. There's something about it that's a little different about the timing of when he releases the ball. And he's come in, he's absolutely clean. He's rattled the wickets. Timber all over the place. And that's a beautiful delivery. Really, first ball up from a new bowler, spot on, middle stump out the ground. What a beautiful sight for a fast bowler. But that young man has batted well, really shown a lot of promise, and he's disappointed, rightly so. But just in the last half an hour or so, you're starting to look a little bit loose. For some reason, maybe concentration lacking. It's not easy. He's battled away, he's batted hard. And really, I thought it was a really well-composed innings from the young man, Richard Salitswani. But he trundles off disappointingly. But I think lots of promise there, and lots to look forward to from him in the future. I'm pretty sure about that.
Well, he occupied the crease for 158 minutes, did Richard Salitswani. We're saying the wind has picked up somewhat, and as he lost his wicket there, I actually had a look at the side screen at the back there, and I'm wondering, would it have been too late to have pulled out with the side screen, which is a cloth flapping away there as the wind has picked up on the golf course end? May that possibly have disturbed him, and that was a Yorker from Motua.
It was just a perfect delivery, wasn't it? I mean, like straight and middle stump cartwheeling out of the ground, spot on. And as a batter, you don't expect the bowler to come on and first ball hit the target spot on. You kind of maybe expect a loosen upper of sorts. Yeah, that's the beautiful delivery. That's got through him, neck and crop, as they say.
And it hit the middle stump.
So they do get the wicket before lunch to the Dragons. So Bjorn Fortuin, I believe it was his birthday a day or two ago.
Oh, jeez. And he nearly didn't celebrate it because he took a dive yesterday on the boundary and looked like he had injured himself. So, and that was in the morning session. So he only got back onto the field after lunch and had to wait out a period of time before he came onto ball. Also a player that is not a Mickey with a bat, Bjorn is.
Not at all. I think last season they recall him getting a few hundreds for the Lions coming in and low down the order at number 7 and 8. He certainly can bat. I would consider him an all-rounder.
Your point about Proteas' bowling action, yeah, it is a bit unsettling, especially if you're not used to it as a batsman. And I think Richard hadn't most likely brought that into account, as Bjorn plays it off to the offside.
So let's look at Fortuin, Bjorn Fortuin's Division 1 career record. And on the batting side, 54 matches, 81 innings, highest of 183. He's got 600s and 650s. That's not bad at all.
Correct. So
Average of 30. Yeah, so he's a more than capable batter. It's a wonderful left-arm spinner, of course, and he's helps us around the corner to get off the mark. So good bowling change is I advocated for an off-spinner. I was thinking more the off-spinner, particularly for Delano Potgieter, just to kind of ask him a couple of different questions. But it was Matoa who came on and he picked up a wicket with his first ball. And here it is. Good breakthrough, because that partnership was starting to take on some ominous signs there for the Dragons, and they needed to break that partnership, one felt. It's a good time to break it also before lunch, because now they pick up another one, and suddenly, especially Potgieter, if they can get Potgieter now, and really what they want to be thinking is how can they get Potgieter out, and therefore my thinking around the off-spinner is just, ball turning away, get one to maybe slide in, don't turn from around the wicket, challenge both edges, maybe one turns or hits a divot and keeps low or something, but just a little change up, something to ask a different question of him. Because you get him out now, 2 new batters at the crease, it's a different game altogether. Inside edge, get a single this time. Fortuin moves to 2, 125 now. The lead is 109.
Indeed, Potgieter also seems to be taking his time, waiting out and being patient.
Yeah, he's done this so many times for the Lions. I mean, over the last 2 seasons, I think it was a couple of seasons ago. No, last year they shared the final with the Titans because of bad light eventually. But the season before that, when they won, they beat Western Province here in the final at the Wanderers. It was Potgieter who really came in when Lions were in all sorts of trouble and saved the day. He batted beautifully. And it was really his innings that turned that game. Rescued the Lions. It was a remarkable innings from him. So he's done that a number of times. And again, it's just his composure, isn't it? He comes in, he's cool, he's calm, as you say. Doesn't look like he's in any hurry whatsoever. Really valuable down the order.
Chatuka is stuck with the 2 slips in the gully. And the cover fielder is on the square. Probably an indication that that the fielding side is thinking that a false shot may pop up from the new batsman Bjorn Fortuin.
Yeah, so Bjorn Fortuin is 31 years old. His birthday was on the 21st of October, which was Tuesday.
Day 1.
Tuesday, day one, yeah.
Day 1.
In fact, I bumped into him just downstairs. He was leaving on day 1. I didn't know it was his birthday, and then he was telling me a little bit about the divots and the conditions and the pitch and things like that. And it was only after that evening that I discovered it was his birthday. Oh, this is tickled away. A little leg glance. Got a faint little edge, or maybe off the face of the bat, but either way, he's played that really well. He's got 4 more runs. Latuka making the mistake of getting a touch too straight here. He just needs to be disciplined, stay in the channel. If they're asking questions round about off stump, you don't want to search for wickets. A little bit of in swing into the pads, and he's paid the price.
31 years old, so yeah, seems like forever that Bjorn has been around. Also came up from the Dragons, but originally from Paarl, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Oh, and he plays that beautifully on the offside. Glorious stroke. They're going to run through for 2. Will they go for a third? Delano calls for it and runs to the danger end. And they're through for 3 runs.
130 for 6, 42 overs bowled. So the breakthrough coming in the previous over from Alfred Matoa. Bowled a wonderful first delivery on target, spot on, hitting middle stump out the ground. So Letswane, who battled hard, batted well, concentrated for long periods of time, saw through the difficult period last night and then came out this morning as well, batted. And then eventually his concentration just seemed right at the end to be waning, and a couple of loose strokes, and then got beaten with a really good delivery, went straight through the gate. Oh, he's targeting the stumps here. Is Alfred Matoa, bowling nice and straight and asking a few questions. I've seen Alfred Matoa bowl a couple of quick spells when he played for the Titans, so he does have that ability. And this pitch has sped up a bit. It's gone a lot quicker than it was on day 1, and that does tend to happen here at the Wonders. Do you remember day 3 of famous test match here where Stuart Broad picked up, what was it, 6-7 wickets or something, yes, in that day 3 of a test match or day 4 of a test match here on famous Saturday, where he just ran through the Proteas. You know, if there's those indentations, that can easily happen within a short period of time. You can pick up a cluster of wickets. Hit good areas. If you're a tall bowler such as Stuart Broad, hit good areas, and you just land the ball, and you happen to find those little indentations, things can happen. So batters have always, and as I said earlier this morning, I think you get the Wonders when those things happen, and day 3 as this pitch gets a bit quicker and you get those little divots and indentation as they get harder. As the batter, you're never quite in, even though you're batting for a long, I mean, we saw now with Selachwan, he's batting for a long period of time. There's always that one ball that just takes off. I mean, we saw today a few balls takes off. We saw Mitch van Buren yesterday, one kept low. I'm not by any means saying that it's a bad wicket. I still think it's a decent 4-day wicket. It's a good wicket. There's something for the batters, something for the bowlers. Like if you prepare to graft and work hard, I think you can get runs. We saw that with Connor Estes and Delano Potgieter in the first innings. Again here, Potgieter battling away hard. We saw Forrester bat really well. Stayed not out in the Dragons' first innings. So, you know, you can get runs, but you've got to work hard for your runs. You've got to play smart, you've got to be disciplined. But there's something in there for the bowlers all the time. Potgieter 29, again working hard for 51 balls. Fontaine's already moved to 10 quite quickly. Did you know Bjorn Fontaine's name is actually Imad?
No.
Yeah, his name is Imad Fontaine. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't. Hold on. I'll come back to that just now. That ball just did something strange and got Delano Potgieter on his back there. Pitched short. My word. Oh, was that because he converted to Islam? Right. But he's kept his name Bjorn for I suppose for professional cricketing reasons.
Yeah, seems like it. But yeah, so now somebody marking a run up. There we go. I think my
Your instincts for Vian coming on.
yeah,
Indeed.
my wish has been granted.
Immediately the field spreads as we have a few more overs before the lunch break. Probably.
I like Vian Libber. He's listening to me.
Has he got anything in his ear? Then?
No. Anyway. I think I kind of preferred it. How long do we have to lunch, by the way? I think 10 minutes probably.
Yeah,
I think lunch
yes.
is at 10 past.
True.
So 10 minutes, a little off spinner. If he can get a couple of overs in, and I like this little short leg slip, 2 attacking fielders there. There's a short mid wicket. So now with Fortain in there, new batter, as well as we can get Delano on strike. That's the big wicket. You want to try and now, just before lunch, get him into a situation where he's, forced to think, okay, do I defend spinner, one turns, one doesn't, one keeps low? And just ask a few different questions, something different, change of pace. I like this.
Spinner and beyond just plays it on the onside. Brings that deep square fielder on the boundary into play, and they come through for 1. So let's see, does he go around the wicket to the left-handed Delano? And indeed he does.
So there we go. Silly point, slip. If one turns and bounces, you may even get a gully in there. And why not, just before lunch?
And deep square going about 10 off the boundary for the left-hander.
Mid on's up, mid off's come up as well. Try and keep the left-hander on strike for a few balls. There we go, there we go, there we go! He's got a wicket! He's got the big fish! And what a bowling change! Got him! That's the big wicket. And it's a huge one. Brilliant bowling change. Absolutely brilliant. Not because he took my advice, but because I think it's just, they've played smart cricket this morning, the Dragons. They've really played smart cricket. And have a look at this. Left-hander, beautiful bowling change. 10 minutes before lunch. There we go. It's actually nicked the keeper's gloves. And that's a good sharp catch at slip as well. But that's a huge wicket because Potgieter is a dangerous, dangerous player. I can tell you what, that is a massive wicket just before lunch. It's huge in the context of this game, where this game is going. It's a massive wicket. Good cricket by the Dragons again this morning. They picked up 2 big wickets this morning by just smart little tactical decisions they've made. The one of Conor Esterhuizen, keeper came up. They just got into his head. He had to go back into his crease. He couldn't bat the way he normally was. He was used to batting. Had to come back into his crease. Suddenly stuck in the crease. Some mind games going on. Eventually, they got him out. And then again here, bowling change just before lunch. Change of pace. Spinner. Good cricket. But Potgieter goes for a very, very well played innings.
And brilliantly caught by Nyako at first slip there.
Yeah,
as you did say, it shaved off the keeper's gloves onto the first slip there. But yeah, tactically smart. And the key wickets of Esterhuizen and Potgieter, the 2 danger men in the first innings.
Have a look at this. Round the wicket, the angle, challenging both edges here. One turns, there we go, outside edge. And you can see Potgieter. Before lunch, he's not playing normally because now he's thinking, even if I want to be positive here, do I need to? Let me just defend this one. And ball just turned ever so slightly, a little tentative push at it, faint edge. And deflected off the glove and straight to Nyako at first slip. Tidy little catch as well.
Herman thoroughly enjoyed that.
Another left-hander batting. So Bayes Swanepoel. And let's see. 2 attacking, 3 attacking fielders around him. Maybe get the gully in there as well. Get the backward point into gully. Oh, solidly defended.
Well, with lunch approaching, yeah, create a bit of doubt, because surely the Lions wouldn't want to lose another wicket before lunch. So yeah, try get a number more people around the wicket. Keep them close.
Ooh!
What
And
happened there?
almost another one. Almost another one.
Did it get through? Did it speed through?
Yeah.
Last ball of that particular over, the 44th over. And the DP World Lions lead of 180 now. Suddenly looks a bit shaky as a 135 for 7.
Oh, that wasn't too far away from the pad, wasn't too far away from the off stump, wasn't too far away from the inside edge of the bat. So there's a few questions just in that little over there. Matoa came on, broke the partnership, got the wicket of Seletswane with a beautiful first delivery that crashed into middle stump, sent it cartwheeling. And then Vian Lubbe, the skipper, came on with a very smart bowling change and then picked up the big wicket of Delano Purgita with his off spin. Faint little edge, caught it slip by Inyaku, ball that deflected off the wicketkeeper's gloves, and suddenly 2 new batters at the crease, Fortuin and Swanepoel. Both of them can still bat, of course, all-rounders, but more bowling on all-rounders, one would probably say. And Dragons must feel that now they pick up another 1 or 2. Now this is neatly clipped off his pads by Fortuin. I'll get a couple.
Will they go for the third with that slip, that fielding slip there? No, they didn't see it. Could have been a third run there, but they threw for 2. Fortuin looks compact as a batsman, so I'm sure the message will be very loud and clear that just stay there, don't rush it. This would possibly be the last over before lunch with 3 more balls to go. I'm looking for your crystal ball, Hussein.
Yeah, fortunately or unfortunately, when you've played cricket for such a long time and you've kind of almost have... You know, I learned when I first started commentating, I'll never forget, I always made the effort to try and predict. That's the one thing I always said, like, let me see if I can predict this game. And I encourage, when I coach now, encourage players, young players, particularly bowlers. I always say to bowlers, and I'm not the best of bowling coaches technically, but I always say to bowlers, if you can find a way. So one of my questions to bowlers is always, my first question to them is, how are you looking to get a batter out? Can you predict how you're going to get him out? And they go, no. And they're like, why not? Why are you not thinking about, you should be able to tell me how I'm going to get this batter out. You should be looking at his bottom hand, looking at his top hand. So a few things you'd want to be looking at is a bowler. Is over bowl, 137 for 7. A few things you want to be looking at when a batter walks into bat. Is he a bottom hand player, top hand player? Leg side, offside, front foot, back foot. If you can work out very quickly as a batter's walking into bat, or maybe having done some homework, and you can figure out, watch a batter, analyze a batter, it makes you a smarter bowler. You don't have to be a brilliant bowler, but if you're smart about how you think about batters, you can start predicting the game. I mean, Shane Warne was brilliant, not just because he was a brilliant bowler. He was probably the best leg spinner that ever played the game, or one of the best. But I mean, what made, a sweep here, I'll get something on it, and maybe bat. Well, Swanepoel, that's going to run away for a couple. We'll be holding. But what made Shane Warne so good and exceptional is that he could predict. He knew he would go up to people and actually tell them how he was going to get them out. That's how good he was. And bowlers should be doing that all the time. He'd go like, I'm going to bowl 3 balls, outside off, leg spinning balls, turning, and then I'm going to slip one, a slider, and get him on the back foot tapped LBW. And he would do that constantly all the time. There's so many examples. Some of them actually trapped on camera where you see like he's actually telling people how he's going to get this batter out, and he does it. So I always encourage bowlers to go like, so if you can think the game like that, and like, can I predict how this guy's going to get out? Then I think it gives you a huge edge.
Indeed.
He's got him! He's got him! Vian Libber's got a second wicket. And it's LBW, one that's pitched in line and straightened. And Swanepoel has tried to defend this, but he's missed it. And again, this has turned out to be a brilliant, brilliant masterpiece here of captaincy from Vian Libber. He's picked up 2 wickets just before the lunch break. In fact, half an hour before lunch, they picked up 3 wickets at the Dragons. And suddenly, they are in the driving seat. So here we go. Have a look at this. Did it pitch in line? Pitch in line and straighten. Hit him on the back foot. He's tried to defend this, but it looks like he just beat the bat. Straightened just enough on the back foot. And that did look pretty much in line, I have to say. No complaints there from by Arno Jacobs or from us about the decision by Arno Jacobs. Libber picks up his second wicket. So 2 for 3. Wow. This game has certainly been turned on its head. It was a good little session there. I must say the first hour for the Lions was good. They just lost 1 wicket. But 139 for 8. Suddenly that lead, 122. Is, the game has turned on its head. Indeed. With these 3 wickets, Gordon.
Hussein, one thing I picked up there was at the end of the previous over, the entire field ran to their position very quickly, trying to squeeze in that particular last over, and that's exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, so that's the Lions scorecard, 139 for 8. It's not a great looking scorecard, and we don't know what this lead is actually worth until they come in back in the 4th innings, the Dragons. But 38 for Richard Saletswane, 112 balls. He batted well. It was a dogged innings. He stuck around, disciplined. And then a beautiful delivery from Alfred Matoa that eventually got him out. Delano Port hit at 29. Those are the 2 standout scores. At the top of the order, Joshua Richards, 18 of 38 balls. And then at the moment, currently, Bjorn Fontaine, 14, 13. And Bayer Swanepoel just dismissed before lunch. So, interesting game we've got set up here. Lots of time remaining. But you have to say at the moment, and there's the bowling scorecard, 2 for Ruan de Swart, 2 for Nkanyako. They bowled beautifully last night. And then this Alfred Matawa now has picked up 2. And Vian Libber picking up 2 wickets just in the 10 minutes before lunch.
And those
brilliant bowling change.
And those 2 wickets coming in the 9 balls. So yeah, mid over, Vian Libber had just bowled 3 balls in that second over he was bowling, and then they took lunch. But again, speaks to your point about outsmarting the batting team, thinking smartly, thinking how you're going to get them out, and every single tactical move that the Dragons have pulled off this morning, they certainly came out tops.
Absolutely right.
So 4 wickets have fallen this morning. 5?
4 this morning.
Yeah, it was
there were 4 overnight, and they picked up 4 this morning. So that's the summary. 239 all-out Lions in their first innings. Esther Hazen, a brilliant 100, not out of 195 deliveries. Delano Port hit a 77. Ruan de Swart 3, and Onke Inyako 3. And then the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons 256 all out. Dejan Forrester 78 not out. Mikael Prince 48. And then 5 for Bayer Swanepoel, 5 for 84. Sia Plaiki bowling with some good pace, 4 for 54. DP Lions, their second innings, 139 for 8. Yes, you've heard it, heard us correctly. 8 down. They were 4 overnight, and at the moment, Saletswane and Potgieter, 38 and 29, have both just been dismissed in the half an hour before lunch. Matoa 2, Vian Libber 2, and I think it's actually the SWAT picked up 2, Nyako 2, Matoa 2, and Libber 2. So that's the 8. So at lunch, 139 for 8. The lead now, the DP World Lions lead by 122 runs. They're going to try and squeeze as many runs, or every run they can, and hopefully they can give themselves something to bowl at here, because at the moment it's advantage the Dragons. As we go to lunch, please join us in another half an hour or so. We will build up for the next session. Thank you very much.
Lights,
The stage is set.
camera,
The shortest format, the biggest role.
action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano bukela amanina edlala iqakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywood Bets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywood Bets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Uzanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpa.
Oh, it's out of here. Oh, just like that. What's this? It's a shambles.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honour. Number one, I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our environment, making sure that our culture is really good. So again, looking forward to another successful season, and hopefully the boys can start the campaign off really well. How do we carry the momentum? It's a very difficult question to answer, considering we've got quite a lot of movement this year. So I think the best thing is there is some continuity in terms of a lot of our a majority of our players are still sort of the same faces that we've seen. So getting the likes of Mitchell, Connor, Josh, those are sort of the leadership guys to sort of carry the momentum that we had from last season and try and get us off to a good start come this Thursday.
Reserve of the lunch. The Lions lead by 1 2 months. The Proteas Dragons have taken 4 wickets.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Cricket Stadium, where the Lions are in deep, deep trouble. As you can see there, they lead by just 122 with just 2 wickets in hand. It's been another profitable morning for Vian Liver and his Dragons boys. They picked up 4 wickets yesterday afternoon. They've repeated those this morning for an addition of 100 runs, and very much the team in control. And when we did leave you last evening, we asked that question: who do you think would be the happier of the 2 teams going back into the pavilion late last night? And certainly it was the visiting team. Right on top right now, and Vian Liver, who's picked up 2 wickets in just this 2 overs and a bit, continues after lunch to complete the over, and hoping to maybe even pick up another wicket. The doors were opened earlier today when the overnight batsman in Eastvaal was trapped by Rohan de Swart, and that opportunity was seized by the Dragons team, and they held sway right through. They've been excellent. And once again, a point that I've emphasized during their first bowling stint in that first innings when the Lions were dismissed for 239, it was a real workmanlike bowling attack, and that's exactly what we're seeing in the second. There's no one that's ruling the roost. There's all of them sharing in the responsibilities, and again, it's a sign of good leadership, and more importantly, of a very committed bowling attack. With me for the next 45 minutes, happy to welcome Gordon Templeton once again. Listen, they're playing the music for Superman. Who do you think that's for? Vian Liver?
No, I think it's for these guys that are hanging on, cleaning up all the stands there.
Hanging off the scaffoldings.
Yeah, very good afternoon, Aslam. Yeah, good to have you back with us. This morning was workmanlike. Hussein has a crystal ball somewhere. Lord knows where it is, because I'm trying to find it, but he called every single one of the 4 wickets that fell this morning.
Yeah, that's what high-class commentary is all about. So Alfred
Mutwa.
Alfred Mutwa picked up the wicket this morning. In fact, he's got 2 to his name. Had one last night of Josh Richardson, and got the one of Richard Seletswane, who really looked very accomplished at the crease. Looked like taking on the responsibility when he saw the end of Eastvaal. But then the young man fell to Motwa, and out for 38, he hit 7 fours. And as I said, with Eastvaal gone, the door certainly opened. Potgieter soon followed after that partnership of 55 with Seletswane. And just before lunch, 3 quick wickets, 2 to the captain. So what a period of play that certainly was. It's a beautiful delivery. Deserved a whole lot more than that, I promise you.
Which was bowling action still puzzles a lot of the batsmen. It definitely did Richard Seletswane in this morning. Peach of a ball.
Oh, absolutely. Now you raise a good point, because there are a few bowlers who you do find it very difficult to get a sighter on it as it's running in, because for a moment it's hidden away. And you're so used to watching these bowlers in the nets where the swing of the arm, especially the bowling arm, is pretty smooth, so you almost can read it all the way through. But there's this slight jerk, maybe that there's a bit of a bend in his shoulder, in his elbow before he delivers. So just get me right there. And that for a moment does, get you searching. So I think the key is just to keep your eye on the bowler's hand as much as you can, and aim to play the length.
The fact that he falls away as well from his leading shoulder, which would be his left shoulder, also is a bit deceiving as well as to where and how that ball is going to come through as well. Interesting that you mentioned the slight bend of the arm, because when I saw him bowling the first time, I'd actually thought, why has he not been called up yet? Like to have that arm analysed. But it's because it's a slinger malinga type of bowling action that it's not picked up as easy. Had he come through straighter, yeah, and then we would have possibly picked it up.
He's played 77 matches. So if there was any doubt, I'm sure somewhere in the early part of his career it would have been picked up. So no runs coming in this over. Excellent start by Alfred. And the good thing is that he's found his rhythm again. Remember, he lost it in the second part of that first innings.
Yes. Indeed. 144 for 8. The Lions lead 123, and yeah, probably at 6s and 7s currently, Aslam.
So when I just want to maybe ask this question. When you did see that partnership of 55 between Swan and Potgieter, I think between the two of them they struck 7 boundaries. How did you assess the pitch? Because I mean, how did they lose 4 wickets on the third morning of what I would clearly see as a much more easier pitch to be batting on?
There was still quite a bit of life in the pitch this morning.
No ball called.
Yeah.
And on Kenyaku back into the attack. So the captain just finishing his spell before lunch, and immediately goes for on Kenyaku to try and deliver the coup de grace.
Now, that there is the reason why the 4 wickets fell this morning. All tactical, every single one of them. For Eastvaal as well as for Potgieter for some time. The wicketkeeper Herman came up. Hussein described how in the first innings Eastvaal had used his feet to attack all the bowlers, and with the wicketkeeper up, he was now forced to stay within his crease, and that there tactically and psychologically may have worked on Corey Eastvaal. The tactical play, the field placings, the change of bowlers, very smart by Vian Lubber.
Yeah, that's going to be 4-leg buys. Looking for that fuller length delivery, maybe just overcompensating as most bowlers would do when they're searching for the Yorker. And that runs away for a valuable 4 runs.
Looks like he got back to that. Umpire didn't lift his arm up to indicate buys, but 4 runs. Yeah, looks like he just got some bat onto that. And then 2 overs, no, it was actually midday. It was noon. It was noon when Libber came on, and I recall saying to Hussein, probably 2 or 3 overs coming on here now, and within the 9 balls,
he picked up 2. That's a beautiful chop down. Very, very nice stroke. It's a competent stroke, given the situation they find themselves in. The freebie down the leg side, he got the edge to it, picked up a boundary. This one, not that wide outside the off stump, not that short, but he just held his sway. He stayed his ground, and the hands came through and chopped it down very, very competently. So four more runs, valuable runs, no doubt.
Indeed. Yeah, and then in those 9 balls, Vian Lebo took those two wickets. But the interesting point, as you watch Jaco,
and you'll get 4 more, will he? There's a fielder after this one, but this outfield, the ball generally wins the race. That's a great stroke. Just a quick point about Bjorn Fortuin. He loves to be in the clinches. He loves to be in the middle of the ring. And he also has this ability to wriggle himself out of that. And you know, to me, that is a quality player who's a thinking cricketer, because do you remember that run 100 that he scored when his team were down and out? Brought them back into the game and then picked up 3 wickets to have an all-round performance that literally won the game single-handedly for the Lions. He's that type of a player. He almost relishes this type of situation. Yep.
Correct. And
you get more. This is beautifully timed. On Kenyaku wondering, what have I done wrong here in this particular over, apart from the one down the leg side, and perhaps the one that was where he offered a bit of width outside the off stump. He's put this away like a star batsman. Bjorn Fortuin suddenly from 13 at lunchtime moves to 29.
And that previous 4 bringing up the 150 for the DP World Lions. They currently 153, 157 for 8. Yeah, Bjorn looking like a true batsman. Top order batsman, I beg your pardon.
That's prompted the captain to go on the defensive, 1 slip in the gully. The other thing, of course, to watch out for is, will Bjorn Fortuin look to try and protect Lutu Sipamla, who has come in since the dismissal at the point of lunch, at the stroke of lunch, when Swanepoel was fell victim to liver.
Yeah, no less than 17 runs coming off Nyako's previous over. Bjorn Fortuin making good use of every single opportunity of loose deliveries over there. Hussein told me he's converted. He has, and I forget his other name now. Imad is his name.
Imad Fortuin.
Oh.
Short delivery, that's beautifully put away. He's played it late, and good thing he did, because he found the gap. It's one fielder out at long leg, and it was too far from him, helping it along with the pace on offer. And Sipamla picks up a boundary as well. Lead 144. With 2 wickets in hand, I don't think they'll be comfortable at all. Anything less than 200.
And for the Lions, anything above 200, 250 is what Hussein had alluded to early on at the start of the morning.
Well, I'm just hoping that Sipamla takes a leaf out of the Rabada cap and maybe puts on one of those sensational third innings performances that turns the game around completely for your team. The last 2 guys getting 169, and Pakistan were nowhere near it, and South Africa pulling off a fabulous win this morning. A win of great character, a performance of fantastic character. Hats off to the entire team, the management, and of course Shukri Conrad for making those bold choices throughout his tenure. He continues to surprise even the most educated of cricket aficionados.
Certainly has made a bold start to his head coaching career in the red ball, as well now with the white ball. But exactly what South Africa needs. I think out of the box thinking.
You know, I can't remember when last South Africa, or since 1991-92, and South Africa's first tour to India and then Pakistan, Of course, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka also followed, where South African spinners actually dominated. Not just one, but two. He went on to big three for this particular test. Well played. Bjorn wants two, and Sipamla doesn't. As long as it's well communicated, that's fine. So I must say that to me, with Simon Harmer coming through, also picking up wickets, and then in the first test, you saw Mutasamy really hold his own and announce his presence in a real big way in those favourable conditions. And Maharaj comes through in the second test and also performs. So great to see that there's quality spin in the South African lineup. Often you went on tours where, apart from Nicky Boyer's one very good outing at early on, 162 for 8, 49 overs complete, and his one outing there, where I think in the test he picked up about 8 wickets in Calcutta. And I stand for correction, but I remember he did have one really good outing with the ball. There have been a number of other spinners that have gone through. Paul Adams had a very good time in Pakistan, no doubt. And ever since then, there were trundlers really, until the likes of Maharaj and Mutasamy. And I always felt that what's his name? I just mentioned his name, who picked up the wickets today. Simon Harmer. Simon Harmer has always been a quality performer. Very consistent in England, consistent in South Africa, then decided to maybe just concentrate on playing in England. And I think he harbored ambitions of maybe even qualifying to play for England. But that wasn't going to happen. And then he gets called back by Shukri Conrad. And horses for courses, when he needed him, he's picked him, took him on this tour. And just before the tour started, I don't know if you read the article where Simon Harmer himself said, I was very surprised that I got the call up. So, and I'm glad that, he went through and was more than able with the ball.
Able understatement. He's also become the first South African to take 1,000 first-class wickets.
Correct.
Simon Harmer has. Yes, some interesting times. The trajectory of Test cricket for the Proteas has just escalated at a gradient second to none ever since Shukri has taken over as Red Ball coach.
Not that I enjoy being controversial, but I want to raise a point. That's a very good ball. No ball, but that cut back quite nicely. It's one of Nyaku's strengths, the ability to bring the ball back. How many overs? 50th over, and he's getting it to seam. That means he's really holding it very nicely and he's leaving his hand perfectly.
Earlier on this morning, as we watched this replay, yes, and that was wide outside off stump, and it cut in quite sharply. Earlier on this morning, we were concerned that Nyaku has been bowling quite a lot of no balls. And he doesn't seem to have adjusted his run-up at all.
Well, I'll tell you what, every time he's looked to play that, and I'm trying to observe it a lot closely, every time he's bowled or he's had that intention to bowl the in-ducker, he comes wide of the crease. So if you're a batsman, that's something you need to pick up to watch him, because that's his dangerous ball. So when does he actually deliver it? And I'm sure that guys listening and watching will certainly file that. Which, as a coach, you would even tell your charges. Oh, he's bowled him, he's got one to come back. It was almost a lazy approach on that front foot from Luta Sipamla. Not surprised that Nyaku once again is on the money, on target, and that is the 9th wicket that has fallen. 163 for 9. Sipamla's vigil of 17 minutes comes to an end.
And he did indeed bowl or go a bit wider of the bowling crease. So it was the Indaka, and he beats Sipamla heads up, castles him for those 6 runs in the period of time that he was there, having faced 18 balls. Right then, 146 is what the Lions are leading at the moment. 1 wicket spare in the second innings. This is truly becoming a very interesting match. Hussein and I were actually debating whether a lead of 250 or a chaser 250 would be adequate, and clearly the Eastvaal Northwest Renault Dragons have something else in mind.
Yesterday I was saying that the mental ascendancy, the confidence that oozes through the team, and try and just understand the value of that partnership we saw for the 10th wicket. It was worth 85 runs. It's this season's record, and it's the all-time record for the Dragons. Certainly up there amongst the record partnerships for the 10th wicket. But see what value there was in that score of 78 from Dean Forrester. They kept staying in the game with the ball, with the bat. They found themselves in some difficult circumstances from time to time, but they hung in there. And now they've come through yesterday evening with the ball. They certainly made their presence felt. They've done the same thing in the pre-lunch session. They've done it after lunch. So they hung in there. And I do believe that when they get the chance to get out there, that confidence that I've been talking about that has sort of creeped into their game in the last two and a half seasons under Liver's captaincy is beginning to come through. It's showing through. And having won 2 games early in the season, I think this is a team that is growing in confidence.
Oh my!
He strikes him again. He's appealing for LBW. He knew it from the moment it struck Sia Plaiki in front that was the end. The lead is 146, and that is exactly what the team will need. 147 to win, and a fantastic performance. Nyaku, another 4-wicket haul for him. The innings ends on 163. We'll watch that replay once again to see. You're on the back foot. It's hitting you just about on the roll or before the roll. And generally, when umpires see that, they normally rule in favor of the bowlers. So 49 for 5 overs is what they spent for these 160 runs, which they've been able to muster. And the important thing is on Kenyaku, his previous best was 3 for 26 versus Border. So his 4 for 74 is his best. And I think he's deserved the accolades because he's been impressive at the Wanderers from day one. And he actually should be leading the team off.
Right, so 150 required for the win for the Dragons. A lead of 146 are what the DP World Lions have. And yeah, interesting times up here in the Highveld. Just looking at the DP World Lions score sheet. Batsman a note there, Richard Silikani's 112 ball stay, scoring at 38, and he top scores for the Lions with Delano Potgieter and Bjorn Fortuin adding to 29 each. Bowlers a note for the Northwest Dragons, Eastvaal Renault Dragons, would be Alfred Matau and Onke Nyaku sharing their, equally sharing, Nyaku taking 4. Also taking a brilliant catch at first slip there, did Nyaku, taking 4 for 74 as Aslam had. Although somewhat expensive looking at his economy rate, he was going at 6.3 to the over, and certainly made his intentions clear, cleaning up the tail.
Once again, a team performance. The standout bowler, clearly Nyaku, but just look at that. The Swart picking up the 2, Matua again picking up his 2. Today the captain really turned his arm over, and a golden arm it was today because he picked up the 2 wickets in quick succession, And I think that really put the skids on the Lions boys just before lunch, because that's the least you wanted. They would have gone into lunch at least 139 for 6 with much to play for, but suddenly at that stage 139 for 8, they didn't add much more, and this is where they find themselves now. Overs left for the day 66, the target is 147, and as I did say yesterday when we closed, that I expect this is going to be a very exciting morning's play, and clearly the Dragons boys vindicated that point of view by yet another very efficient bowling performance. As I said, there's no out-and-out standout bowler. They've all just put things together.
Indeed. So, yeah, looking at that score sheet there, 146 run lead is what the Lions have, and the Eastvaal Northwest Renault Dragons will be coming out to try get that in the session and a half of play left. 63 overs left of today's play. Aslam, just before we take a break, as the innings break takes place, I see the Lions have asked, the Dragons have asked for the light roller to come out. Early on this morning, the heavy roller had obviously come out. So the indentations are not that heavy then.
Clearly not. It's been a beautiful pitch, no doubt. I think we saw on the first day that partnership of 152 that, were there any sort of, was it a devilish pitch? Was it a green mamba? It certainly was green, but it wasn't anything like that. So yes, at the Wanderers, if you really knuckle down and you get you concentrate well enough and you have a good game plan, you're going to get runs. And for me, it's one of two things. The light roller, you don't want it to dry and crack up too much. It's been a hot sun now for 2 days, today being the hottest of the 3. And you don't want the likes of Bjorn Forte and others to actually make use of good spin, because we've already seen that there has been a bit of turn on offer, even though this pitch does have a good covering of grass. So I think that's more or less what it is, because it's played nice and true throughout the morning's play. Don't change it too much. Just make sure that you don't also dry it out too much or press it down too much to crack it. If there's any reason, I suppose they've got a closer look at what they can do. So we've seen 30 wickets falling halfway into the third day, and here's how it fell in this particular innings. Yes, they strikes him on the back. It was Dominic Hendricks who was strapped LBW, and then Wandile Makwetu from Rwanda was very well caught at mid-wicket. That was wicket number 2 that fell, and then Mitch van Buren, who's now become a bit of a bunny for Nyaku. Again, an in-swinger, this time not going through the defences, but trapping him in front, kept a little low, and then an inside edge from Joshua Richards onto his stumps. That gave Nyaku his first of 2. And then, of course, Rwanda Swat got the one as well. A brilliant LBW decision, a wonderful curling Yorker, and he came and repeated the dose today, this time. Not sure what that was, but nevertheless, we'll keep looking. Potgieter now on 29, looking good, and a very good catch there at slip, because it came off the wicketkeeper's glove. It shaved the bat and the glove. This time trapped in front, a beautiful slower delivery to Bayer Swanepoel that had the better of the experienced player. And then it was all about Onkenyaku going through Pamela's defenses and doing the same here against Sia Plaiki. Wonderful performance, a good package of highlights there from our producer and director. Well done. And for those who have joined us, we'll get a pretty good picture of what a good performance this has been with the ball once again by the Dragons. So yeah, that's what my reading is of the light roller. Hussein is here for now. Let's just get him into this short discussion and maybe pose a question to him, having played at this venue on a number of occasions. Hussein, a question here from
I'd ask the question.
Gordon, yeah.
I'd ask the question to say,
why?
I see the Dragons have asked for the light roller as opposed to the heavy roller coming out. What would be the thinking?
He's putting his thinking cap
I'm
on.
putting my thinking cap on. Yeah. Look, I think, when the pitch has dried out, sometimes, I know there's morning chances are maybe I don't know what roller they use this morning, but with a bit of moisture around, you want to maybe flatten it out and see if a little bit of moisture can flatten those divots and indentations we keep talking about. But now, perhaps no need for that. Maybe just give it a light roll and just, get rid of all the little bumps on the top there. I'm not too sure. I don't really have an answer for that. But but I think a dry pitch, we don't have, like, we haven't seen that pitch now. But I think if there's any kind of little cracks that may be opening up, and the one thing you don't want to do is, if the pitch is really too dry, you don't want to be getting a heavy roller on, because then it actually can break up the pitch. Yeah. So that's probably the one thing you don't want to do when the pitch is too dry. That's the only thing I can possibly think of now. But I think a light roller makes sense, though.
Yeah, so basically Hussein has echoed my sentiments. A drying pitch, don't allow it to crack up anymore. We haven't seen it from close, but there's every possibility that is the case. And of course, further up where the spin bowlers would be landing, it is the area of concern. So even though you may be tempted to use, there's the light roller, you get the heavy roller, and you get the medium roller as well. So you could have a choice of 3. I'm not too sure if they have it at the Wanderers, but I know that for club cricket they generally use the one in the middle, the middle roller, and you're not allowed to use 2 different rollers on the pitch, obviously. So the only thing you could actually do is use the lighter roller, and I think it's a good decision, because again, judging by the way the pitch played, that's why I asked you the question, what did you think? Was it so much about the way the guys batted? Was it the pitch? Or was it good bowling? So I think a mixture of good bowling and maybe a bit of pressure on the batsman that has resulted in 163 all out. And that would have certainly prompted Liver and maybe 1 or 2 of his other senior players to say, just do the light roller. We don't need to change the nature of this pitch anymore. And so yeah, the 2 batsmen on their way to give their team a very good start here. They'll be able to pick up a third win if they can, and that will also catapult them to the top of the league. I'm not too sure what the Dolphins game is, or what the result is there, or how it's going in favour of the Western Province or the Dolphins. That's happening in Cape Town. We'll try and search for that information just to see, because as they go into the close of the 4-day series, close season of the 4-day series, the first half, it will be just good to finish on a high. So will the Lions look to do it with the ball? They certainly will be aiming to do that. And they'll clearly recall what happened just a week ago against the Titans, when they bowled them out very cheaply. That was in the 3rd innings, to score a very, very resounding victory there. And there's every chance that they could do it here. But I was talking about and I've been emphasizing the confidence that is oozing through this the Dragons team. And I reckon they're clearly in a very good position to post a victory here. Anything less than that, they'd be very, very disappointed. The drive up to Potchefstroom is not going to be fun.
Indeed. Just to answer your question there, Western Province have a 170-run lead. Currently against the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. And the score is 102 for 3 after 31 overs down at Newlands in Cape Town. So 172-run lead are what Western Province are leading the Dolphins in Newlands.
If I'm not mistaken, Ketime was pushed up the order and scored a brilliant 100 for Western Province, and that's basically what's been lacking in their game, not just this season, for the last few. And hopefully they put it together, because for South African cricket it's always important that your bigger provinces are there performing.
Wape opening the batting for the Northwest Renault Dragons.
Sipamla into him, gets a leading edge, and the new ball will just fly to the boundary, and in a rather fortuitous way he does get off the mark. Did I say Lions? The Dragons.
The Dragons are off the mark, yes. Sapamla opening with a very attacking field. He has 3 slips and a gully. Point and that gap between point and mid-off on the offside. And then he's got 2 fielders, 3 fielders on the leg side. And that ball played to the mid-wicket on the onside there. Yeah, the Dragons off to a flying start. Leading edge, and because they are, or the match is being played on the wicket that's closer to the grandstand and the scoreboard. But the field is a bit shorter on that particular end, so the ball didn't have to travel too long away to get to the boundary. Sapamla in again. Mwape just putting his bat down, driven straight down the ground for another boundary off the new ball. All he did was put his bat down there, not a stroke per se, but a beautiful, classy stroke all the same.
Yeah, without a doubt. Clearly overpitched on the line of middle and off. But all he needed to make sure is that he was in line, and that's really a solid block that has beaten the stumps on the far end and also the fielder at mid on. A quality stroke from the young men.
At this rate, Aslam, at rose and grew on Mwape, and between point and gully off to the boundary. At this rate, Aslam, I think that 150 runs may be scored before tea. 12 runs already in this innings, and this is only just the first over of the Dragons' second innings.
I think the key point there with the third stroke is, first of all, the ball's coming onto the bat very nicely, but this is a third afternoon pitch. That normally would be at around shoulder height. This was about waist height, and that's why he got back to it. Around the wicket now, another straight drive, this time stopped by Lutu Sapamla.
All 12 of the Dragons' runs coming off 4s in this over. This is certainly going to be a very interesting match indeed, Aslam. If they can tie it up within 3 days, wouldn't that be telling?
Indeed, it will. Again, presents a very straight bat. This has been a good over for the Dragons, a fabulous start, 12 already on the board, and they're just 134 runs away. So, Mkhwepe, it's good to see that they are persisting with him at the top of the order. He's played 57 matches, 101 innings, 2,869 runs, a top score of 154, an average of 29.27. Clearly, having played that many matches, you expect it to be at least in the mid-30s somewhere. 2 centuries and 18 50s, so he certainly does get starts in 101 innings. And can he actually turn things around? Now here, not surprising to see that the Lions are going to be opening with Bjorn Fortuin on the golf course end. In fact, no, it looks like they've
changed their mind.
They've changed their mind. I reckon with the ball new and with Swanepoel in really good nick, does bowl a heavy ball. Can he make early inroads? So the responsibility immediately thrown onto the shoulders of the new Lions player. And can he now respond in the way that his captain and his team needs? So Prince will be facing for the first time in the second innings. And you carry on.
Immediately, Mikael Prince on the front foot. Ball slightly overpitched by Bayes Swanepoel, and it's discarded with disdain to the cover boundary for 4. All the Dragons' runs thus far coming in boundaries.
Correct. 16 for no of 7 deliveries. And you can see the confidence oozing through this opening pair already. This time he angles it, and once again he'll get runs to that deep point boundary. It beats the fielder, so a slight misfield, but more importantly, he's got enough bat on that. The thickest outside edge all along the ground. And I'm not going to say that was a stroke of intent, but having picked up these easy runs of the first 8 deliveries, they can actually settle into just making sure that they don't lose any wickets in the course of whittling down those 147 runs. And for more, that goes, it splits the slips cordon. That was a very good delivery because it drew him onto the front with the length was absolutely inch perfect. Unfortunately, there isn't a third slip in position, so it's a bit of a wide open gap amongst the slippers, and we have a 5th boundary.
Indeed. No, 6th boundary.
6th boundary, 24.
And that gap was created because after the 5th boundary, the captain had taken out 3rd slip and placed him at deep point on the boundary. Deep backward point on the boundary. So the 24 runs all coming off boundaries thus far.
Yeah, the main scoreboard is correct. 24 for now after 10 deliveries. Quality strokes, I must say. Apart from this one, the last one that went through the gap at a good height, no fielder in position. And he'll help himself to another fine looking stroke, but straight to Seletswane, who tidies up on the boundary. So 25, the first single in this 4th innings of the match. 122 needed now. It's been a blistering start. 25 of 11 deliveries. A lot to think about as far as the Lions are concerned. And again, we go back to that early morning. Although there was a recovery and they scored 239, the top order there decimated by Deswat and Nyaku, to have them at 5 for 25 and 40 for 5 at lunch. When you analyze this game, you'll take it all the way back there. This is down the leg side. There's an appeal from the bowler. And the umpire is unmoved. Umpire Lategan. That will end the second over, 26. This will be.
Yeah, Aslam, the scoreboard has raced on early on. Can't believe it's only 12 balls that have been bowled. And the score 26 for none are the Northwest Eastvaal Renault Dragons. My word. Would this end up in 3 days of this 4-day CSA challenge?
Oh, beautiful delivery. Just keep your chin up, mates. 2 quick wickets and suddenly there's pressure. And I'm sure that's what they're telling themselves. I'm almost certain that's what Dominic Hendricks will be reminding his bowlers and his fielders. Just hang in there, just stay in there, guys.
And as we look at that ball again, pitched outside off and just straightened up at good height through to the wicketkeeper as well.
Oh, he's strapping him in front. That will be LBW, I reckon. No, yes, no, Mr. Umpire.
I think it went
down the leg side?
Yeah, I think it was going down the leg. It was going down the leg. Yeah. Lisiba Mwepe also shaping up to play the ball on the leg side.
He's standing on off-stump guard. Listen, that's hitting the back pad outside the, not outside the off-stump. I reckon very close to being in line. He's standing on an off-stump guard. So
could there have been contact? Possibly. Very faint.
Possible. I'll get a replay on that again. In close matches, these become points to make. Points to ponder.
Another appeal going up there for LBW.
I'm not too sure what Lesibe Mkhwepe is doing in this over. He played so beautifully in the first. He's looking to play around the corner. It's hit his pad, but all he needs to do is actually watch the ball onto the bat. There are lots of gaps on offer, and at the Wanderers, the new ball will skid off more to the backward of square region on both sides of the wicket. So if you're an opener, that's one of the things that you do always think about. That if I am going to search for runs early on in the overs, the new ball does tend to come onto the bat pretty quickly, and it skids off. So if you offer a good face and angle it, you can get it on both sides of the wicket, and you rotate the strike. And that's what he should be doing. And now if he surveys the leg side field, he'll see that square leg has been pushed way back to deep square, 3/4 way down.
Short ball, and indeed, Logis Sabama does deliver as planned, but way down the leg side, and Ngopé doesn't need to play it at all.
Yeah, lots to think about, because when you consider the batting in the first innings and then in the bowling in the second innings, where you allow the 10th wicket to score 85, and in fact the 9th wicket scored 24. So between the two, it was 99 runs. That's better. That's what you want to see. So that'll be a bit of a question that you'll ask the bowlers: where did we get it wrong? Did we perhaps not use the right guys at the right time? And then, of course, the big question mark again, the openers not coming off in this particular match. And that was certainly the Achilles heel as far as the Lions are concerned. So that's the area that they're going to be concerned with, and I'm sure they'll be discussing.
Not only the openers, but the top four also not scoring runs. Seems to be, for some reason, this particular week, seems like the lower order are scoring all the runs. Whether it is the Proteas playing against Pakistan, Lions against the Dragons.
Swanepoel continues. Oh, thick inside edge. That's really a thick inside edge, because running away towards long leg tells you that it's taken a thick edge. Normally it brushes the edge and just beats the keeper, goes towards a more finer region.
Now then, Swanepoel coming in from the corner drive into Mikel Prince. Prince doing a bit of gardening down the wicket over there, trying to indicate exactly where he needs to move or watch out for. Plays that with soft hands and stopped at gully on the offside.
So both these batsmen certainly have scored runs, because I'm just looking at this current season. Pepe, 273 runs with the tops. His career best was scored in the season, 154. And added to that, there was a score of 50 as well. And then Mikel Prince, 142. And that was his top score out of 276 runs. So good to see that there's a bit of a conversion rate for the top order batters. That was really a nothing stroke. For that moment, you almost lose the purpose. You lose your focus. He's very lucky to have got away with that one.
And not only that, also lucky that the wicketkeeper Esaisen had realised that he's strolling down to the non-striker's end and had a shy at the stumps and missed the stumps there. Had it hit, I think he would have been in business. Swanepoel coming around the wicket to the left-handed Lisiba Mwepe.
Strikes him on the pad from around the wicket, striking him outside the line.
And possibly a bit high.
Run rate 7.9, 29 without loss into the fourth over. Just keeping an eye on the field placing, and now square mid-wicket is dropped to deep square leg. The First slip is standing at 1.5. 2 is at 2.5. And then we have a conventional gully. So looking to still try and maybe pick up wickets in that region, but also looking to plug the gaps because there's a deep point on the boundary and then a conventional sort of extra cover fielder mid on mid off. So that's what the captain has in mind. And Swanepoel is going to need to produce something quite special here to pick up a wicket. These two look very good in this first 4 overs. Good straight drive. That's all he needed to do. Wait for it to be over pitched. And no real flourish. Just made sure that he eased it past that fielder. And 2 more runs to the total.
End of that over then. 4 overs gone. Dragons 31 for none in the 4 overs. Yeah, they're certainly racing. This partnership. These two have made up their mind that they're going to try stick around and hopefully see off the 150 runs required for victory. Well, right now they trail by 115. Pamela coming from the caller drive end.
I'd be tempted early on, given the fact that boundaries have come pretty easily. The run rate is 7.7. The target is now reduced to 116, soon into double digits. Bring on your spinner. Put a few guys in the eye line of the 2 batters. Especially with them being top order batsmen. You don't expect them to face spinners with a new ball in before they set up in red ball cricket. So just do something out of the box.
Oh, and that ball darting back. But I would tend to agree with you, Assam, because earlier on Hussein had called it and we saw that Vian Libber took the ball and he had a short silly point, am I right? Yeah, in front of the batsman, as well as he had a slip, and that's how they got the left-hander.
He certainly found a better length. There's no doubt about it, has Lutosi Pamla. Apart from the 1 loose delivery in the first over, the others were just quality strokes off the bat of Nkwepe's bat. You know, youngsters tend to have this problem. They're so used to bowling to right-handers, and then when there's a left-hander, their mind's all in a muddle. When you get to playing first-class cricket, you've played so much of cricket through the years, through the ranks, under 17, under 19, schools cricket, maybe Colts cricket as well. And you do tend to come across, he walked right across there, did Mikael Prince, and he's taken a blow on his knee.
And the ball actually lodged between his pad. He's down on the ground right now.
Let's watch this again. Just watch him. His that double shimmy.
Yeah.
It's hit him there, and then it's stuck in there, as you say. Yeah, he'll definitely need attention because that's not comfortable.
Now he's in pain, and the physio running down the grass embankment to his aid.
Yeah, he'll probably say the physio's so far away. I need immediate attention. There you go. He's squealing. Please get down here quickly.
Yeah, he's walking tentatively.
He can take that pad off in the meantime, just to make sure that.
What do they use these days? Do they still use the magic spray?
The magic spray, the cold spray. When you can't do much else, if there's a bruising, that's the best they can do, and there we go. The magic spray's out.
And you're right. Now he's taking off the pad. Oh, he might need to drop his pants as well, just to get to exactly where the ball had made contact with his inner thigh. No, it
in
looks
fact,
like his knee.
It's on the outside, and I tell you what, that's more painful because that's where all your ligaments are, and that pain must have gone straight into his head, I can tell you. But listen, Gordon, rather there than the middle stump.
Indeed.
You know what I always say when the guys catch it on their little cropper?
Yeah.
They have two headaches.
The one that makes you think about where the other is.
Where the pain's coming from.
Sure.
A bit of a cream around that.
Sure.
Just watching this.
I just got a fright now because of the cleaning. The cleaner had dropped with, there are 4 on the Unity stand roof, but I think a cloth or a brush had just dropped. But at the corner of my eye, as I'm looking at the screen, I'd actually thought it was a human being going down.
Yeah, just to explain to our viewers whilst we watch Prince being attended to, that the huge canopy here at the Wanderers, which is more than 5 stories up, stretches out at least another 30 meters from where we are. So it's a beautiful, wide open canopy, and all of those, call them what, balustrades that hold the whole thing up, are being cleaned off. All getting ready for the SA20 and of course 2027, the World Cup.
A lot of work being done here at the DP World Wanderers in preparation for the World Cup. So early on, I'd spotted the 2 pylons on the northern side of the field also down.
Short delivery, takes this one on the shoulder. So Sipamla showing no mercy at all, and once again takes the gloves off, does Mikael Prince. It's tough work opening the bedding. And good to see the Lions skipper just commiserating with Mikael Prince.
Physio running back onto the field again. And there'll be no love lost here. With 115 runs to go, so Pamela would not be feeling anxious at all.
Well done to our producer. And that's just one of 4 guys who are, what's the height you reckon, about 60 meters? Or if the pylons are about 60 meters, this would be about 40?
40 odd, yes.
That's pretty high. But not to worry, he's very well
balustrated, harnessed,
yeah.
yes. Yeah. On these.
Is the bucket harnessed? Fortunately, there's no crowd.
No, it looks like everything is. Just observing from this morning, they take their time and first secure them, like themselves and the equipment, and then they start working. So experienced workers, and there's the other 2 cleaning up there, while the bowlers will be looking to clean up the Dragons batting order here. But yes, Aslam, we are.
You know, an easy way to get all of that dust off that would be a high pressure hose.
As high as that as well?
Yeah, you just stretch it over there and make sure, because it'll take that dust off very quickly.
Sure.
And if you do need to wipe it, it's just a wipe to dry it, you know.
100%, sure. And also to make sure that there are no spectators.
I hope the CEOs listen. Yeah, well, there are no spectators.
Yeah, indeed. Not much play taking place at the moment while Mikael Prince is being attended to by the physiotherapist, receiving some physiotherapy on his knee as well as his shoulder. Lutusa Pamela having made contact with with the opening bat.
And the over's not done yet, so picking up two injuries in the same over. It's a brave fellow, this Mikael Prince.
Well, he's jumping around, ready for the last ball of the over.
Yeah, this is first class cricket. Certainly no room for sissies. Oh, what a beautiful delivery. Deserved more than that. I must say that his comeback after the first over has been quite exceptional. His 2 overs since has been very good. They raced away to 24, was it in the first 2 overs?
In the first 2 overs, yes.
Yeah.
And those 24 runs coming in boundaries only. 31 for none after 5 overs so far.
So we will indeed see spin here at the beginning of the 6th over. When you don't have much to play with, then you've got to think out of the box as a captain. You got to make things happen. You can't allow the opposition to get away, suddenly be 60 for 1, and they're 60 away or 70 away from picking up a win with a very competent batting lineup. Make the changes early.
Are you happy with the field placing, Aslam? Would you not have a few more close fielders?
It's a very good stop. So, whilst you asked that question, my eyes were focused on the leg side field. 3 on the boundary, deep backward square leg, mid wicket, and then long on, slightly wide. And will the batsman actually play there? Now, if you want him to play there, and this will perhaps answer your question, he's playing quite freely, but there goes the wicket. He's playing through that fielder at deep backward point. A rather poor shot from Nkwepe, having played so well for these 18 deliveries, seeing the ball well, played a beautiful off drive there, and this is now playing into the bowler's hands. Really, there isn't much else to say.
Indeed, set him up as well. You're aptly pointing out the fielders on the side. So it looks like Nkwepe was very keen to get on with it. Physio back out again, attending to Mikel Prince. This time strapping that left knee of his, the front foot. And the umpire paying close attention as Yanaman Malan comes to the wicket for the Northwest Dragons.
So a loopy delivery, slightly wide outside the off stump, clearly there to be hit. But if you look at that replay again, you will see that he's not leading with his front elbow. If you're looking to play in front of square in that wider V, we'll watch this again. And that's why it's come off the edge of the bat, and because he played at it, it carried all the way through, and Joshua Rich is taking an easy catch in the end. So to answer your question is, if you're looking for the players to actually hit out to those guys on the boundary, you need to prompt him to do that. And the only way you're going to do that is, answers your question, have 1 or 2 guys in front of the bat. And then make sure that you've placed them strategically enough to know if he is going to go for the big hit, where it's going to go. You know, so new batsman in, Yanaman Malan. Can he hold things together to make sure that his team don't lose any further wickets?
Interesting now, he's got a leg slip in for Yanaman Malan. And
a lot has been spoken about Yanaman Malan and his ability to play spin, and that's why I just said, can he be there to make sure that they don't lose any further wickets, and really be there after the 116 runs which they require now with all of those 9 wickets in hand. Well, Bjorn Fortuin, give it, doesn't matter what the color of the ball is, he always makes the ball talk. Ever reliable. And I think the strength of his game is as a fantastic thinker, he's a fighter. He gives you this impression that it's all grit and determination, but there's a good head above those shoulders, I can tell you. Can't be a leading spinner in the country on sometimes unhelpful surfaces and be successful all the same. to not sort of garner the respect from your opponents.
I want to pose a question, Aslam. Off screen there, as the over comes to an end. 6 overs gone. 31 for 1 are the Northwest Dragons. The question I want to pose is, with the wind picking up on the far end there, the golf course end, the cover there acting as a side screen, would that disturb the batsman with the bowler coming over there?
I think if it was a real flutter, you know, where it was maybe even lifting and you'd see waves in the huge tarpaulin there. Good delivery again, continues from where he left off. So that would certainly be in the eye line of the batsman and maybe even, prompt him to maybe ask them to tighten it up or whatever. But it's a gentle little breeze, and I don't think it's too much of a problem. And it's a good question because there's always this whole thing about there's movement behind the bowler's arm, you know. But the other thing that I always say is, or from time to time I've said is, and Hussein will tell you when we played club cricket, well played, beautiful stroke by Mikhail Prince, that when we grew up as youngsters there were never any side screens.
Let's
so
alone
watch the ball all the way, mate.
Let alone the turf wicket being covered when it rains.
Correct. Well, my first time ever on a turf pitch was at the Lenasia Stadium in a schools match when I was in Standard 6. And it was heaven because it was the first one for non-white cricketers in the country.
Sorry, let me just bring many of our viewers and listeners up to speed. Standard 6 would be grade 8 in the current terminology.
Grade 8, yes. Oh, another good delivery from Luta Sipamla. He's really aiming at that off stump or looking to at least trap him in front. Just good to see the fact that even though he's been hit for that 4, he wants to pitch the ball up. Getting good assistance. That's the area where most of the bowlers bowling from this end have persistently hit, and they've got quite a bit of assistance out of it, and more so Nyak with more than anyone else, you know.
Indeed.
Yeah, so, and I think my first ever full match in a league game well played, but straight to the fielder. And what happened was there was an attempt at unity in the middle 70s. World Cricket said that unless you have a single cricket body, we will not entertain inviting you back as a member of the ICC. And of course, South African cricket was trying everything, white South African cricket was trying everything possible to get that from happening. So yes, there was a merger, a big one. And I remember choosing to play for Crescents in the B section, which was quite tough. Oh, yet another blow, this time on his midriff. Man.
Mikhail Prince not having a good afternoon at all. He's in pain. He's in pain. None of the Lions players have come close. The umpires...
That's hit the ribs. That's why he's really down and out. He's almost... I'm sure he's out of breath. But he's a fighter. He's hanging on. He's staying there. This is what, the 4th blow that he's got so far in the innings?
Correct.
Others would be happy to maybe trudge off to say, we're not too far away from winning here. But he wants to hang on. What I'd like to maybe discuss is the fact that short of a length delivery, the back of a length delivery is certainly steepling up at him. So he needs to be a lot more aware as an opener how to play and defend and just get the bat in the way instead of looking to play strokes all the time and maybe even sway out of the way.
And once you get the bat, slant your bat in whichever angle and you use the pace of the ball.
Yeah, so I remember very clearly, Gordon, that we were obviously suddenly playing on turf wickets. So all my life, having grown up on matting wickets, suddenly we were playing on turf pitches for Crescents B. There was the Premier Division, I can't remember what they called the second division then, but it was tough. And I was pretty ambitious as a 16-year-old that if you want to be the best, then you have to play against the best. And I can tell you it was a tough season for us all the way through, but adjusting to turf wickets was the biggest challenge. And the first match that we played was at Wits University, the B ground, the one lower down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I won't forget that, yeah. I mean, we bank all those type of things because suddenly it's a first in your life.
Indeed, beyond 14, continuing from the golf course end. Nelson is what the Northwest Dragons need to score.
Yeah, teasing flight, see what they do. So let's just have a look at that field. So there's one fielder for the sweep shot, maybe the top edge. Not necessarily the top edge because he's too far deep on that long leg boundary. But you do have a short leg and a slip in position, as you see in your picture. And the deep point is to try and just cut off the boundary to make sure that they don't continue to race along as they did in the first 2 overs. And then a lot of fielders in one saving position. Makwetu at a sort of a more finer mid-wicket position or a wider mid-off. Well, even if you wanted to protect that area, it was much too short on this occasion. And Yanaman Malan latches onto that and plays it forward of square to beat the fielder at point. And there's 4 more runs to the total, 39 for 1.
Off screen, the bowling consultant is consulting with Joshua Richards. Alan Donald speaking to Joshua Richards on the square leg boundary.
Another short delivery. I must say, it just also shows that on the Wanderers pitch with the new ball, even if it's slightly short of a length, you're going to get good bounce. And if you read it well, if you're not getting too much of turn, get into a good position, as Yanaman has now demonstrated on 2 occasions, you can actually score runs. So Mikael Prince. How would you describe him? Beleaguered, injured, black and blue. Nice little steer. Struggling on that knee, but he hobbles through for a single to take the score to 41 for 1.
I would describe him as wandering, as I wander away from the commentary box and make way for Hussein Manak to come join you, Aslam.
Thank you very much. So 106 is what the Dragons require in what has been a low scoring and clearly a humdinger of a match. For all intents and purposes, as soon as 4 wickets fell last evening, and having gained a slender lead of just 17 runs, the Dragons, you felt that the game was well poised for a proper finish on the 4th afternoon. But the Dragons bowlers yesterday dragged things back and made sure that they picked up wickets. 4 of them, in fact, did so. Before lunch, picked up another 4, and then immediately after lunch, 2 more, to set themselves a target of 147. Oh, that's a lovely looking drive and good stop as well. Mikael Prince middling that one very nicely. So, do you remember your first ever match on the turf pitch? Was it at the Lenasia Stadium?
It was at the Lenasia Stadium, that's right, yeah. Yeah. I was still very young, and yeah, I mean, those days it was the senior players that played at the stadium mostly. I remember
senior leagues.
Yeah, I mean, it was we grew up, and then there was those provincial games. Remember when the great Rohan Kenhai in Transvaal always cut this short delivery, just wide of mid-off, hands on head for Sipamla, because that ball could have gone anywhere really. It kind of looped up. Got a single, 41 for 1. 105 runs still to win. What Lions would dearly like here is just to throw the cat among the pigeons, maybe pick up another wicket or two, and suddenly get the Dragons a little bit on the defensive, doubting themselves. But yeah, I remember, we grew up watching Transvaal, Western Province games, those provincial games we've been playing at the Lenasia Stadium back in the days. So this is firmly cut, beautiful shot. Has a little bit of width and slightly short, but Janneman Malan has jumped on this one and he's hammered this through the covers for 4 of the back foot.
Yeah, it's coming onto the bat very nicely, and that's the strength of Malan's game. So 2 boundaries in the score of 9 for him. That was wide outside the off stump, deserved to be punished and put away beautifully. It's a rather free hit in that area. There's just the fielder at point, a regular gully, and then Swanepoel having to guard an entire area between the bowler and backward point. He's certainly no Derek Randall or Herschel Gibbs or Jonty Rhodes.
Now he's a strong offside player, Janneman Malan. He does enjoy a little bit of width, and that ball was certainly wide enough to hit. I said back foot because it looked like the ball was short, but Malan actually played a front foot square drive. Front foot square drive with offside. He does favour the offside. Now there's a change in field. Slips come out into the cover area that was vacant previously that you spoke about, Aslam.
Yeah, Dominic's listening to the commentary, I reckon. 46 for 1. Come back to the turf wicket at Lenasia Stadium, and what a pleasure it was. That's a much better delivery. The length's much better, so which means that Janneman Malan has to judge it on width, leaves it alone.
And I remember we grew up watching those games, and it was Ryan Kenhai and obviously Jacob Umer, all the great players of those days, including Kaya Majola, whenever Eastern Province came over to come and play. The Natal team of those days, Western Province had a very strong side as well. Rushdie Maitrit, Said Majid. So we watched, growing up watching, and then when we did have an opportunity, it was like junior cricket. They started encouraging junior games at the stadium midweek. Nice drive, touch on the full side this time from Sipamla, just gone a little bit too full. And he's not happy with himself, he's Luto Sipamla, because he knows he's got way too full, but this is also driven through the covers for 4.
So 50 for 100 needed, and that's a quality stroke because his ball was swinging in late, but he held his position quite nicely and just played through the line of the intended stroke.
Pikey, he's thrown his hands at this one, and it's flown over the gully. I don't know how far away that was from the gully, but it looked like it was well out of his reach. There's they want to keep being positive as well. They certainly don't want to get stuck and dig a hole for themselves. So they've come out with a very positive approach. The Dragons.
We'll get back to that discussion in a moment. And now onto the front foot, and beautifully timed and beautifully placed as well. 4 more runs, so 2 fours to start his innings. Captain Libber takes the total to 55 and 88 required to win. Clearly doesn't want to make heavy weather of it. Bowler seems to be making heavy weather of it. Too short outside the off stump. Flash at it. If you flash hard enough, you get the boundary. And then over pitched, juicy long hop, and a huge free area to hit into the cover region. Now they're shoring up that region. Deep cover fielder goes round to deep backward point. There's one gully in position just out of your picture, and then cover and mid off. Around the wicket, Plankey stays. Soft hands, nicely played. So Hussein, I mean, with Dolly, he dominated the entire 50s. As a young man, he scored as many as 80 centuries in cricket locally, including some of those, as they used to call them, centralized tournaments, where it used to go over a period of about 8 or 10 days. And because of the lack of money, all of the provinces would then go to one central area. So the likes of Eastern Province and Kimberley and Johannesburg all hosted them. So you'd have a provincial games all in 7 or 8 days and nothing after that, because hotels and getting to those grounds and all of that was rather costly. So that's how they played it.
That made sense. A bit like the COVID bubbles, where they had the tournament where all the players, all the teams were in one venue, at one venue.
Correct.
Makes a lot of sense, actually.
And because they were 2-day games, that particular era was not given the first-class status. This is a very neat little touch here by the skipper. He'll pick up yet another boundary. So Libba goes to 13, 3 boundaries to his name, 64 for 2. Slightly wayward from Bjorn Fortuin.
Let's look at the line here. I think he's deliberately pedalled this. It may even have been from outside off stump. I think he's taken this from outside off stump and noticed there's nobody behind square there, so he's just pedalled it very fine. Just a little deflection.
Don't forget, he's a very good one-day player. So he'll enjoy the situation. But more so as a captain, he'll want to lead his team to what will be a memorable win. Goes for the big hit, this time tempted into that one. Where really, Hussein, he could have eased that into the free area on the offside. Between the fielder at slip and a shortish cover fielder, there's a deep point. And if you place it well enough, there's an opportunity for 2.
Yes.
Fortuin making an adjustment to his leg side field, anticipating maybe the pedal again, so moving the fielder from backward square to long leg. And he's also moving a mid-wicket to a more squarer position in the field on the boundary, under the scoreboard. So yeah, that was the prolific area. And then, of course, some of the officials here, especially up in the old Transvaal, tried to invite Pakistan and also India to come and play. And remember, about 10 years before that, the Indians, that's the area where I'm saying there are free runs to be hit, and he's picked it up. So 2 more good runs off the bat of Jan Libba. And what happened then was they invited India, and India said, no, we were the nation that at United Nations said that South Africa needed to, their seat that they had in the United Nations needed to be taken away. And in fact, after a huge vote, that actually happened. So India was a catalyst for that happening. And Pakistan then felt that they certainly didn't want to, they supported that move. Here's the big hit straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, single taken. And when that failed, they needed to do something else. So they went to Kenya and Tanzania and invited the Kenyans to play, because there were a whole host of Indians and Pakistanis actually playing there. And they made up, and they were playing quite competently. And reading ex-England player, bowler Derek Pringle's book, he talks about having grown up in Kenya, where his father played in those leagues. So very much of an English influence there, obviously. And they set up a team, and Shakur Rana and a number of great players, ex-Pakistanis, were actually playing there. So they made up a team, and the South Africans toured there in '56, and then they came here in 1958. And after that, with the success of the 2 tours and the fact that Basil led the team to 2 series wins, it was now, can we go beyond Africa again? And perhaps let's go and invite a team like the West Indies. And of course, that's a famous story, which I'm going to be covering in a documentary for Supersport. The invitation went out to the West Indies. They agreed. All the negotiations happened in London. Weeks, Walcott and Worrell were all part of those discussions. And the blazer was designed, the badges were designed, the ties were all made readily available. Good single. And the fixtures were drawn,
And of course, Aslam, just to put this in context, just for our listeners and viewers out there, is that you're talking now about the Great West Indies side in the 70s, was it 60s? 60s?
Yeah, late 50s, early
late
60s.
50s, 60s, coming to South Africa during the height of apartheid, but it was to come and play against a non-white South African team.
Correct.
Not to play against the so-called apartheid South African team at that time. The non-white South African team.
Yeah, not Peter van der Merwe's team.
Yeah.
So, and all the negotiations were successful, even locally. The Kenyans actually, would you believe that were allowed to play at Kingsmead as long as two black teams were playing. The local government there and the national government allowed that to happen. So all that was again in place. The venues were chosen, and of course the the ANC in exile got word of it, got wind of it, and then told the guys that you cannot have that because you're going to be vindicating the apartheid policy. So as soon as that happened and the decision was taken, because clearly they were going to listen to the ANC, and they weren't going to go against that request.
That's
really
pulled away.
Nice. They played into the gap.
Yeah, there's two men back, and in fact they're inviting the hook. Really, the Lions at the moment, they're hoping for a top edge or maybe a miscue or glove or something like that. So Siap Laiki is deliberately trying to encourage the hook. There's a leg gully up there, or short leg, and then there's two men back in the hook. Although it's a short boundary, so even a top edge could easily fly over there.
Well, that was beautifully placed by Yanaman Malan.
Very well played.
72 for 2.
Yeah, Huey really crunched this one. He did well. And all along the ground as well.
Oh, just wide of the field there, short leg. He'll pick up that single. So 73 for 2 and 74 is what they need to win. So then what happened was Basil de Oliveira was absolutely dejected because suddenly when the ceiling was opened up to play some sort of international cricket, and especially against the West Indies, when that chance went, he then wrote that famous letter to John Arlott and said that I would like to play cricket in the UK. And it's a famous story because he wrote that letter in green ink and it still exists till today. I'll come back to that. And the old man, the great commentator, then did some research, and the answer was that yes, you can come and play in the UK. And of course, you know, as they say, the rest is history, but I don't want to say that because there's a story that he played in the leagues, and he struggled with the weather and obviously the spongy pitches. But when he got used to it, by the time the season ended, he was the highest run getter in the league. I'm trying to think of the name. That's a really good looking pull shot, but there's protection out in the deep, so that will be just a single for Wiaan Libbe. And that will bring the 13th over to a close, 74 for 2. And Hussein, what then happened was he ended up being the top scorer, and Sobers, Gary Sobers, also young at that stage, was also playing in the same leagues, and he actually outscored him. And then after another successful season, Tom Graveney saw a bit of Basil and said to the crowd at Worcestershire that I think this guy is worthy of a place in our county side. He's good enough. And he vindicated that request by the England international. They also formed one of the greatest relationships in cricket. And Basil went on to play for Worcester, became a top run getter there. And then with his gentle medium paces or off-cut as it is to bowl, he was then considered a competent all-rounder and got the nod to play for England. And take a guess which country was he played against in his debut series.
South Africa?
The West Indies.
And I mean, the famous story about when he got picked to come to South Africa, that was really what broke the back of the whole, oh, this one is hit. And he's gone through with it. Wiaan Libbe has come to the crease with a really positive mindset, and he's targeting that short boundary. And he's backing himself, even though there's men back on that boundary, he's backing himself to clear the boundary and go all the way. And this is exactly what he does here. There we go, from well outside off stump, just a touch on the short side, and he's blasted this one.
Yeah, he's got across very early on. And made up his mind, and boy, that was a big six.
Now you mentioned earlier that that there's gaps on the offside and he can just push it into the offside, but he's targeting the leg side, so he's going right across outside off, and he's trying to still see if he can target the leg side.
Yeah, and that's brave cricket, because you've got three guys planted out in the deep. If you mistime it, you put your team into trouble. But he's playing with a lot of confidence. I think the confidence has grown through the first few days. It's a well-timed stroke, again dragging it from outside the off stump, this time on the front foot, and he'll get just a single. So whittling down and heading towards what would be a famous win here. 66 needed, 81 for two well-set batsmen in Malan and Libba. Yeah, I mean that was one of the great stories in world cricket, and that closed the door on South Africa. And it took a non-white South African playing for his adopted country to actually see this whole thing evolve, this whole movement evolved, and where they got banished. And that was in 1968. And I'd love to share this before we maybe close up the story, but Basil was dropped to try and just keep this story as short as possible, because the hierarchy in England knew that they're coming to South Africa and that it was going to be a problem. And they got word that the government are keeping an eye on what English cricket are about to do. End of over number 14, 81 for 2. 66 away from a win, with all of those 8 wickets in hand. So he was actually asked to stand down and not even go on the tour. And then he was offered by a South African company, a tobacco company, to, yes, come to South Africa, but come as a journalist. So they tried every reason to make sure that whatever happens, Basil doesn't come to South Africa as a cricketer, as a player. And as the series against the Ashes against England were well on its way, Basil then got dropped, and there were questions as to why. And it so happened that for the 5th test, England were 2-1 up in the series, and obviously if Australia won that, it would have been a drawn Ashes series. So he gets dropped, nobody knows why, and there were questions asked all around, including Arlott himself, Mike Brearley, the Reverend David Shepherd, who was the Bishop of Liverpool, who also captained England, all of them making a great claim and really up in arms as to the reason he was dropped. Oh, that's a lovely punch off the back foot by Libba. He's really looking in fine fettle here. That'll take him to 29 and the total to 84 for 2. And then what happened was there was an injury and Basil gets called back into the team. And
for the final test.
For the final test at the Oval. And he was 20 not out overnight. And the story goes that he told his late wife Naomi that make sure that the kids are playing out, because I wanted to watch the cricket. I'm getting 100 today. And he went on to get 100. And the previous evening he was actually dropped on 15. And the umpire whispered to the non-striker that that was possibly the greatest drop in the history of cricket, and it was. So just see how all of that came together as an event. And he goes on to get a magnificent 158, which puts England into a very comfortable position and forcing the draw. And when Australia looked like they were on course to maybe overhaul the score, there was this big partnership that was happening, and he comes on to bowl, gets the breakthrough, and puts the skids on the Australian lineup, and they eventually play for the draw, and England win the series. So, and of course, a month later, they needed to announce the squad to come to South Africa, and that's when all hell broke loose. Because Basil, after having scored 158, gets dropped.
It reads like a movie script.
Yeah,
like everything just like it's almost like the universe conspiring.
Yeah, but
to make sure that things, the outcome was exactly as it was meant to be.
That was the brutality and the ugliness of apartheid, and the fact that 4 more runs, beautifully played. He's lashed onto that pull shot so nicely. Just a short arm jab from Milan. Now, 56 to win. And to me, I mean, the thing is how the English authorities tried everything. The selectors, even his captain Colin Cowdrey, who promised him that before walking into the meeting that I'll be backing you. The word came out many years later that the very famous England captain and chairman of the ICC didn't actually back Basil. He was more in favor of conforming to the South African government's insistence that Basil doesn't travel. And it so happened with such a big furore there, and then Roger Proteas having to pull out at the last minute with some sort of an injury. Basil is reluctantly added to the squad. John Vorster, the Prime Minister, in a speech in Bloemfontein, said that it's not the team of the MCC, it is the team of the anti-apartheid movement. That was the end of cricket, white cricket, whites playing cricket at international level. Firm looking drive by Libber. He'll get the single of the misfield. And yeah, I mean that's
South Africa then went on to South Africa. The government then cancelled the tour. Is that correct? Or
well, if the England said that if we,
so they gave them an ultimatum. I'm guessing.
No, it was an ultimatum. But England said that if you are dictating to us how to pick a side, then we are not coming. So it was England that made the decision because the invitation was open. Leave Basil and you can come. And when they eventually picked him, that's exactly what went out. And obviously, Basil went on to play right up to 1972. Had a very, very healthy average of 42 as an all-rounder. If you can call up his stats, scored 8 centuries at international level. One of the famous ones was at Melbourne against the Australians. And then one that Tom Graveney and I think even Jeff Boycott described an innings in Dhaka, which at that stage was still East Pakistan. That's a lovely reverse sweep. This is going to beat the fielder, definitely. That's well played. An array of strokes here from Libber, leading from the front, no doubt, and comfortable in all of the strokes that he has been able to unleash. 52 win, target 147, it's 97 for 2. So,
are we looking to finish this today still?
Yeah. And then, went on to win.
So here we go, Slim. Basil, Damien
is his son.
Basil Lewis de Oliveira.
That's right. Another 6 for Libber. He's climbing into 14. He's decided that he's got the upper hand here. And he's dictating terms in a big way. That brings up the 50 partnership of just 31 balls that has included 7 4s and 2 6s. Milan's contribution 10, Libber onto a quick fire 41. It's been fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying his positive approach. I mean, they could have come out and just played normal cricket and kind of just waited and played the waiting game. But he's come out particularly, Milan as well, but they've come out with a real positive intent to try and score these runs as quickly as possible. They're not going to make heavy weather of it, are they? So Basil Lewis de Oliveira, I'm just going to find his stats here. 44 matches. This is test cricket. That's driven through the covers beautifully guided. And you can see what's happened here is Bjorn Fortuin has tried to go as wide as he possibly could. And now he's offering a little too much width. And this is, look how wide he's gone. He's almost at popping crease. That's how wide he's gone. And this is reached out and driven this. Caressed it.
Yeah, He's leaned into this drive.
And caressed it through the covers for 4.
The sweetest of drives ever that you'll see, because there was no flourish at all. He knew exactly where he needed to hit it. So Bjorn decides to come around the wicket. I reckon let's wait for him to finish this over before we get into Basil de Oliveira.
That's it.
Another single to the total.
Every ball's an event here at the moment. There's Libba and Malan. Look like they're just intent. I mean, Libba's got 46 of 23 deliveries. That's
one-day cricket.
No, that's great going. 3 sixes, I think.
So clearly, it's not a normal. He hasn't come out with a normal 4-day positive intent. He's come out with a different intent. He's come out with the intent to finish this game off. Take it away. We're not interested in dragging this on and give the Lions, bring them back into this game. He's come to a real, and of course, that attitude can backfire, but all credit to him. Skipper leading from the front. 15 overs ball, 108 for 2, 39 to win now for the Northwest.
You're chasing the game all the time, Hussein, and then your team keeps fighting back, and they keep getting themselves back in the game. And then they perhaps made heavy weather of it in their first innings to just then get past the Lions, because 239 was definitely not enough, and it was proven in the end, because they were able to gain a lead of 17 runs. And then with the ball in hand again, they were in complete control last evening in that pre-lunch session and post-lunch session. So as a captain, you want to make sure that, listen, if we've been chasing the game, now we've put ourselves into a winning position, there's no way you're going to give it to the opposition. And I must say, I've enjoyed his positive intent, and he's been good to watch.
Absolutely. And he also changed the game just before lunch with his off-spin.
That's right.
Came on and picked up 2 crucial wickets, particularly the one of Delano Porgita just before lunch. So Basil de Oliveira, 44 test matches, 70 innings, 2,484 runs at an average of 40.06, highest of 158. 500s and 1550s.
And if you look at his if you look at his all-time record, I know that Peter Oborn, who wrote the book about 10 years ago, wrote that if you add the 80-odd centuries that he got domestically in South Africa, in provincial cricket and also in league cricket, and you add it with his international and the time that he was at Worcester, then he would have definitely scored more than 100 hundreds, without a doubt. But more importantly, Hussein, that he captained Worcester in his old age and made them county champions. And the other amazing story about Basil is, and this is the beauty of the whole story, if you look at it, by the time he decided to go to play in England, he was already 31 years old. And when he was in the reckoning for England colours, and he was asked his age, he played it back by, I think, 2 or 3 years and lied about his age and made the England team. And in his old age, he went on to captain oh, that's a lovely looking pull shot. That's all run away for 4. That's beautifully played in front of square. Got into position very quickly, read it well. 50, 19th first class 50, and this is possibly his best with 7 centuries as well. And it's come off just 27 deliveries.
Vian Libba certainly has come in with great intent. Playing one-day cricket in the red ball format, and looking to finish up before tea here.
Another punch, and he's found the gap once again. He is in fine form. I must say that he's grown in his leadership. The fact that his province has allowed him to continue the whole part of the rebuilding process. Very good interview with Craig Alexander pre-match. which I watched and read, and he talked about just getting this whole crew together as a team to gel, to believe in each other, to play for each other. He's got a good balance in his squad as well. Of course, they take lots of pride in the fact that they've produced a few national players as well. So all round things looking good.
He plays that backward drive with such ease. On the back foot, and he just punches it. Easy, yeah. End of the over. 116 for 2 after 17 overs.
How about that run rate at 6.8?
In a 4-day game. Indeed. See up like he's not having much of enjoyable time out there. Going at 9 runs and over in the 4 overs that he's bowled. Yeah, he's taken the 1 wicket, but 9 runs, a lot of runs.
Hendricks is coming on to bowl.
Yeah, skipper.
He's relieved Old 14 because he's gone for 38 runs in his 6 overs. He's picked up the 1 wicket.
Jeez. So Fortuin also going at 8 runs and over then.
Yep. So Dominic Hendricks.
Turning his arm around the wicket.
Just watch as he bowls. He's in such a crouch position that he's actually coming from a very low trajectory. It's a firm looking drive. They're calling for 2. They'll stay wisely there for 1 run. It's not necessary to take any of those chances. They're pretty much in cruise mode.
Skipper to skipper. Field being adjusted. Backward point coming in. Deep cover on the boundary. Deep square. Backward square on the boundary. Mid wicket. Mid off also on the boundary, and the ball gets played to mid off for a single on the carpet. I can't wait for you to complete your Basil De Vero story. I now have
it's such a great story, and for those of you who love to read stories that are deeper than just the game itself, and one of the best cricket books you'll ever read, and there's really no bias in it, because if you read it, it's a great story. Book by Peter Oborn, and I mean, to eventually see that South Africa are back in the international fold, and then writes a beautiful letter to Nelson Mandela, and then on his trip here,
no, it hit him.
Then on his visit to Cape Town before the World Cup, he met the great statesman, and I wish I was a fly on the wall, because Ol Madiba followed the Basil story all the way through. So apparently the discussion, there was a lot of engagement as far as his career was concerned, and Basil in an interview talked about that I was amazed to see the knowledge this man had, and then come the World Cup, the opening ceremony in Cape Town. It was just at the time in 2000 when Graham Pollock was named as the cricketer of the century, when the ICC asked all the nations around the world to do that. No prizes for guessing who is Australia's best. That's a firm looking drive. It's a good back cut by Malan. He'll pick up just 2. And they were then asked to do this at the opening ceremony to march and say hello to all of the live audience as well as the viewing audience around the world. Did we note that Mitchell van Buren is
not at all
to bowl with his leg spin? So it is indeed Mitch van Buren. 25 required to score a win, their 3rd in the series, which will take them to the top of the 4-day series log. Van Buren to the left-hander will come around the wicket. Jan Libbers just had a little peek over his shoulder to the leg side, but he's playing heavily on the front foot on the offside. And a gesture that, you know, perhaps didn't catch the eye of many viewers, but it did mine. And I must say, my respect for Graham Pollock as a cricketer went well beyond that, because he was then asked to lead the march, and I think, I'm not sure if he was the flag bearer, but he asked Basil to lead the march, Graham Pollock. So respect, and what a lovely finish to the story. Went home after that, and not long after that, he fell very ill, was eventually put into a nursing home, and passed away there. I think it was in 2011. And that closed one of the most memorable chapters ever in the history, not of just cricket in South Africa, but I think in the world game, because it changed the whole game in so many ways. South Africa then only got back into international cricket when they did drop the apartheid policy and become a fully democratic nation. And of course, we are enjoying the fruits of that achievement. And I'm always happy to say that I've straddled the two eras, and we can talk about both of it and share it with so many friends and family, and of course many others. What was Libber looking to do there? Is Dominic Hendricks troubling you at more, my friend? Do you have a problem reading the ball coming out of his hand for some reason?
I think Vian is looking to finish off this game. Coming down the wicket to Dominic, skipper to skipper.
You saw he quickly went and just almost pretending to get his glove right, but he was talking to himself like, what the hell's going on with you here, mate?
Yeah.
What are you on about? That's a good straight drive, but there's a mid-on in position to keep it down to 1 run.
Yeah, the protection's there. I think both teams have realised exactly what the outcome is going to be. So it's just a matter, from a Lions perspective, prolonging the outcome. From a Dragons perspective, trying to get there as quick as possible. And singles will do it as well.
Yeah, this is a dawdle, mate. 126 for 2. Soon they'll be beyond 20 needed to win. I'll give Libber the liberty to try and finish it off with a big hit. But for now, stay not out. Stamp home your authority. 4 more runs to his name. That's a sweetly timed drive. 2 fielders way up on the boundary. That is the longest boundary, and that indicates to you the timing of that stroke.
Pierced the field beautifully. The 2 fielders out on the boundary. No chance of getting to that ball.
If you watched it carefully, he played that inside out. He was aiming for that gap and actually got it there for 4. It's a quality stroke. That'll end the over, and that's 20 gone, and 16 needed to win.
I've got a story of my own concerning Basil de Oliveira. So in 1995, the Soweto Cricket Club obviously went on that historic tour of England, Ireland, Wales, and we were scheduled to play at Neath, which is in Wales, which is where Basil de Oliveira resided, in and around there. And we'd actually written to the county prior to our departure here in June, July, and unfortunately Basil wasn't able to come meet us out at Neath, and Peter Hain was instrumental in getting the necessary contact details, etc., for us to make contact with the great late Basil de Oliveira. And what a privilege. All of us were looking forward to meeting this icon that had stood fast. The late great Kai Majola was still part of the club. back in '95, and yeah, at the ceremony that particular evening, that the ball just driven around the corner for a single by Yana Manalan. This particular evening that the Neath Council or Town Council hosted for the Soweto Cricket Club, beautifully driven by Luba, just for a single on the offside. The late Kaya actually broke down as he read Basil's letter in response to our invitation and why he couldn't come.
Oh, okay.
Basil had actually been ill. And another 4.
8 to win.
I tell you what, Hussein at the back here, his crystal ball, which I'm still looking for, had earlier on said what it would mean if this particular match ended on day 3. And look, well, we're 8 runs away from all of that happening now. Luba certainly intent on finishing this off as he gets on the back foot, and he just plays a cut. Fielded by backward point. So when is the documentary coming out, Aslam?
That one's still in the planning stages. I've got a title for it. The West Indies are coming. No, they're not. So look out for it. I reckon it will be sometime in the new year, around March or April. It'll be on SuperSport, of course.
Sure.
Producing documentaries for SuperSport. Done a few. There's 2 that will probably go on air within the next 2 weeks. The KZN soccer story will be followed by the KZN cricket story. And then, of course, the famous story of the Aurora Cricket Club, which in 1973, under the wise counsel of the young Christopher Nicholson, who went on to become a famous judge. He's now emeritus. We're looking to test the loophole in the apartheid laws regarding the playing of sport, and whether the rule that you cannot play sport, mixed sport, on at any venue, and you cannot share the venue, which means the bar and the dressing rooms and the swimming pools and all of that. But it said nothing about playing on the field. And that loophole was exploited. And it was a very interesting story. A whole bunch of white guys, Mike Hickson was the other, they decided, listen, we've got to test this. And here's white guys at the height of apartheid, seeing what's happened to white South Africa, not making this move because they wanted to help the South African cricket, white South African cricket, to get back into international cricket by proving to the outside world that they're playing mixed cricket. No, they were actually there to expose the loophole in the apartheid law.
Interesting.
So white guys go and meet a whole lot of Indian chaps in Pietermaritzburg. They eventually agree that they're going to open this club because that's the reason why. Of course, there was reluctance. The Indians were wondering, what are these whiteys doing here? And Mike Hickson actually tells that story very, very nicely. And he also talks about enjoying one of the best curries he ever had that night. And there's not been anyone that's managed to beat that. Anyway.
Sure. Mitchell van Buren bowling to Vian Lubbe.
Yeah, from leg spin to medium pace. So, yeah, and then they formed the team, called it Aurora, and they played in the Midlands Cricket Union, or the Pietermaritzburg Union. They played there on the white side, and they didn't use the facilities. And then even Piet Koenhoff call them to Pretoria to say that, listen, we need to know what's going on here because you guys can't continue with this. And they challenged him and they said that they will not adhere to his request. And they went back that same weekend and continued to play. So yeah, stand by, wait for that story. It's a glorious story, it's an untold story. There has a book been written by both the Justice himself as well as Mike Hickson.
Looking forward to it.
Apart from that, I mean, there's not much said about these guys. Oh, that's a good pull shot.
Jana Milan getting on the back foot.
And hits the winning runs. 147 for 2. That's exactly what they needed to post this win by a massive 8 wickets after what was a very, very close contest in the first 2 innings of this 4-day clash.
Yeah, congratulations indeed to the Eastvaal Renault Dragons, getting the upper hand over the DP World Lions on day 3 of the CSA 4-day challenge match. And the game coming to an end before tea on day 3. Eastvaal Renault Dragons captain Vian Lubbe at the fall of the 2nd wicket, coming out and making it very clear that they're not going to hang around, and then they should attack and get as many runs as possible very quickly and get this game over and done with. I'm not too familiar with the playing rules, but would they stand a chance of a bonus point?
It's a good question. I'll need to read that up.
The bonus points are on first innings runs and
betting and bowling.
Right. Bonus points. Yeah. Both teams will get bonus points based on runs and wickets up to 100 overs.
So given the fact that it was low scoring, they obviously didn't score much as far as the batting is concerned, but both teams certainly did with the ball.
So both got 10 wickets in the first innings, sure.
Yeah. So a rather dejected Lions crew off the field, drooping shoulders, and so it would be because they tried to get ahead and this opposition wouldn't allow them to. And Vian Lubbe can certainly add this to a number of feathers in his cap as a leader of this young group of players. And I must say that praise has to go out to all of the coaches and the rest of the staff because they're doing things right. I think the selection has been fantastic, the way they've operated, and the fact that they're fielding a number of all-rounders. It brings me to the point that now that we've described the fact that this is how the match has gone, with the Dragons winning by 8 wickets, and there's the final. Well, that's the first innings score of the DP World Lions. They managed to get 239 thanks to 100 not out by Astehays and Potgieter picking up 77. Their partnership of 152 gave them a semblance of respectability, none of the others getting beyond 10. And in fact, extras enjoyed a bit of a limelight, 19 in all. And 2 quality innings from 2 really, really fine batsmen. But I think too much was being asked of them even in the second innings. The Lions top order failing on that occasion. And then the Eastvaal Dragons didn't have it too easy either. They kept losing wickets at regular intervals. It was in fact annoying to watch because you really felt they needed to take advantage of the fact that they had bowled the Lions out for 239. And then it took one of the finest innings of the match. Tiaan Forrester 78 not out, shepherding that entire lower order, and partnerships of 24 for the 9th wicket and 85, a record for the Dragons team in their history, to eventually see them post a total of 256, which then got them 17 ahead with Forrester remaining not out. Wonderful performance with the ball. He was unrewarded, but if you ask me to choose the man of the match and the innings with a better ball that made the difference, I would be happy to choose him. And then the DP World Lions, having got on equal terms, probably felt that they have a wonderful opportunity to get ahead with 2 full days and a bit left in the match. But it was certainly the bowling of Nyaku, who picked up 4 wickets again to finish with 7 for 110 in the series, in the match, 2 for 1 to Swart once again. Alfred Matoa picked up 2. And Libba, 2 quick wickets before lunch. I think that really put the writing on the wall as far as the length of this DP World Lions innings was concerned. And at 147 for 2, with those 2 batsmen still not out on 67, 41 respectively, Libba and Milan. This was the bowling performance. Not much to speak about. The fact that the target was rather a lowly one. It was just the 1 wicket that fell for Bjorn Fortuin and Plaatje picking up the other one. So a win by a comfortable 8 wickets in a performance that they'll take a lot of heart out of. And I think the opposition around the country will be having a rather keener look at this Dragons team under the leadership of Jan Libba. So they win by 8 wickets and will be driving back to Potchefstroom very happy, and I'm sure there'll be lots of celebration tonight.
Without a doubt, there'll be a lot of celebration. I don't think they'll go back to Potch immediately. Probably spend another day in the hotel and take a casual drive back tomorrow morning. Just across the Yuxkay over here, looks like the Momentum Multiplied Titans are chasing a target of 260 odd, trailing by 230 at the moment. 37 for 2 they are currently against the Defabet Warriors.
Yeah, Moonsami got a big score batting in the middle order in the first innings, so they'll be depending on his form. But it's a good target to be chasing on a very good surface. I think you've got you're probably going to have a closer finish.
You think a draw's on the cards there?
Well, there's still a day left, no? No, I think there's a possibility of a win either way.
And then at T, down in Newlands, first innings, Western Province are 48 for 10 all out, having scored 337 in the first innings of 99 overs, and Hollywood Bets Dolphins 267 for 10.
So I think there's a score around 180 that they're going to need to pull off a win there. The Dolphins, they've done very well with the ball in the second innings. Bryce Parsons picking up 6 for 41 and Okele Chele 2 for 44 to dismiss the home team for 148. So a wonderful performance there.
So interesting bit of first class cricket or Division 1 cricket taking place around the country. And from the DP World Wanderers Stadium,
let's just mention one important statistic, that this win has taken Dragons to the top of the log in the close of the first round of fixtures.
Correct, yeah, because now a break takes place until February next year.
Correct.
For the 4-day series. Yeah. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Aslam. Thank you, Hussein. It's been an honor and a pleasure commentating and learning from your experience. I'm sure my colleagues Mbali and Kamva would also agree with me that listening to you, Aslam, particularly your storytelling, is fascinating, and also learning from how the day pans out. The morning is a lot quicker than what the afternoon is, and having learned from Aslam and Hussein, apparently the afternoon commentary stint is called the graveyard shift.
Yeah.
Well, folks, thank you very much. We see you back at the DP World Wanderers probably in about February next year, if that, once the 4-day game is completed.
Just to remind our viewers on YouTube that with Pitch Vision will be covering a lot of the domestic cricket. Whatever's not appearing on the pay station will certainly be, you will be able to follow domestic cricket here in South Africa all the way through, and you can be rest assured that the team will be in place to bring you all of those matches. So it's been a pleasure. It's been wonderful working with you guys as well, and thanks for the opportunity. Dragons winning by 8 wickets. It was certainly a very memorable performance and a good one to watch. It's been a pleasure calling it for our viewers wherever you are around the country and around the world, and it's goodbye from the Wanderers.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest role.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano bukela amanina ehlala iqakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywood Bets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywood Bets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za